Chapter 2366. The destructive force unleashed by the South Heaven Divine God's self-destruction destroyed the rift within 1,000 li, leaving a giant chaotic hole between the heavens and earth. Countless God runes collapsed, destroying everything in their path. Even Gu Fei was affected by the impact, forcing him to activate the force of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. The entire world was shaking. Huge, spatial cracks the size of mountain ridges spread out in all directions. The ground was sinking, and hideous cracks appeared on the ground. These cracks were so deep that the bottom could not be seen. What's going on? Everyone was startled and dumbfounded. Their minds went blank as they stared at the collapsing rift. Some living beings that were too close to it weren't able to dodge in time, and they were directly pulled into the chaotic hole of annihilation by a great force. Their bodies were forcefully minced into balls of bloody mist, and even their souls were unable to escape. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. It was definitely the most thorough way to die for a cultivator. Gu Fei, I'll fight you to the death. The South Heaven Divine God's divine sense spread across the clear moon continent, causing every living being to tremble in fear. It was the divine sense of a martial highness, as if a supreme ruler was looking down at them. Humph! Come out and fight me if you have the guts. Don't be a coward. Gu Fei's voice rang out, spreading across a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. Countless living beings heard Gu Fei's incomparably confident words. Very well, just you wait. The South Heaven Divine God's divine sense came from the South Heaven Divine Palace inside the great formation of creation. He had returned to the stone chamber where he had been cultivating in seclusion. He clearly knew that he was no match against Gu Fei. The only way to defeat Gu Fei was to use the great formation of creation. The great formation of creation drew the progenitor chi of the earth below, and the force of the stars above, seizing the fortune of the heavens and earth. As long as he could absorb the fortune into his body, he would become the supreme ruler of the formation. However, the prerequisite was that the South Heaven Divine Being had to reconstruct his flesh first. Otherwise, it would be difficult to separate his divine soul that had merged with the formation. The Southern Heaven Ultimate God did not want to become the formation spirit of a huge formation. If he did that, it would be equivalent to him abandoning his Tao foundation and stopping at the ultimate God realm for the rest of his life. It would be difficult for him to become an ultimate God. Rumble! Inside the chamber, countless God runes lit up under the control of the remnant soul of the supremacy South Heaven. Countless God runes appeared in the rift. A powerful force was gathering. Runes intertwined with one another in the rift below the South Heaven supremacy, forming a God pattern. As the godly pattern was activated, the ancestral chi of the earth was continuously directed toward it. It was refined by the godly pattern into the purest form of energy, which was absorbed by the soul remnant of the divine South Heaven. Meanwhile, a God pattern appeared in the rift above the remnant of the supreme God South Heaven soul. The light pillar connecting the heavens and the earth began to emit specks of starlight, as if stars were being summoned from the heavens. An extremely powerful force of the stars rapidly gathered. Buzz! The rift shuddered as a boundless starry sky appeared above the soul remnant of the divine South Heaven. Primordial Tao runes vaguely appeared in the starlight. It was the creation of the heavens. The starlight sprinkled down and transformed into the most primordial Tao runes, which contained the mysteries of the heavens and earth. Below the soul remnant, the ancestral chi of the earth meridian gathered on the God pattern. Primordial Tao runes appeared too, which represented the mysteries of the earth. The primordial Tao runes contained part of the Tao laws of the heavens and earth. The force of the ancestral earth meridian and the force of the heavenly stars intertwined with one another above the soul remnant. As the two forces of creation intertwined, the soul remnant of the heavens and earth soon reassembled and reconstructed his flesh. Gu Fei. Divine Highness, South Heaven murmured. He had the urge to tear Gu Fei into pieces, but he knew that he would not be able to do it for the time being. At the very least, he would need to absorb the energy of the formation and take control of it. The formation had taken a lot of effort from the Southern Heaven's supremacy. It had only taken shape in the past 100 years. It was able to utilize the force of creation for its own use. Just you wait. The Southern Heaven's supremacy executed a technique. His body was covered in godly runes. The primordial Tao runes appeared on the two god patterns and intertwined with the runes on his body. Rumble. The chamber began to tremble as a powerful ripple spread out from it. Following it, the entire Southern Heaven's supremacy palace began to tremble too. Buzz. The rift shuddered as the space encapsulated by the formation continued to be filled with godly runes. The initially transparent barrier gradually emitted a brilliant glow. This is. Outside the formation, Gu Fei was startled when he sensed the ripple coming from the formation, as if a peerless heavenly beast that had been in a deep slumber had been awakened. Impressive! Is he trying to steal the fortune of the heavens and earth? At that instant, Gu Fei saw wisps of Tao laws of creation emerging from the giant light pillar connecting the South Heaven divine palace. The Southern Heaven supremacy was controlling the force of the heavens and earth. The living beings in the outer endless ocean were astounded seeing this, especially those with powerful cultivations. They were feeling uneasy, as they could sense that something bad was about to happen. Master this. Meanwhile, the iron-blood Taoist had arrived behind Gu Fei with the 12 bandits. He stared at the sight before him in utter astonishment. It seems like the Southern Heaven supremacy is putting his life on the line. Gu Fei wore a stern look as he stared at the Tao laws of creation emerging from the light pillar connecting the heavens and earth. The Southern Heaven supremacy was planning to use the force of creation against him. However, even if it was the force of creation, Gu Fei was not afraid at all. He immediately made his move and ordered everyone to retreat 100,000 li. Master, what are you doing? Red Dragon, and now you had never seen Gu Fei being so serious. It seemed like the opponent this time was no ordinary opponent. Otherwise, their master would not be so cautious. The army of the outer endless ocean began to retreat like a tide. As they were retreating, Gu Fei took out the mountain and river cauldron and broke through the ground, entering a large earth vein. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron pressed down and suppressed the earth vein in an instant. The spiritual qi contained in the earth vein could no longer gather towards the formation of creation. Humph! You have the formation of creation, while I have the extreme Tao sacred weapon. I would like to see if your formation of creation is stronger or my extreme Tao sacred weapon. Gu Fei had no choice but to use the mountain and river cauldron. His opponent's formation of creation was indeed terrifying, as it was able to control the force of the heavens and earth. The Southern Heaven supremacy was basically the ruler of the heavens and earth. Chapter 2367. The power of creation could be said to be the most powerful force in the world. Of course, the power of creation was useless against saints because saints had long broken through the shackles of the world and transcended the world. Even the power of creation could not do anything to a sage. However, the power of heaven's wrath still existed in the human realm. The saints didn't dare to remove the seal on their bodies and restore their cultivation to the saint realm. Therefore, those who weren't saints were just ants in front of the heaven and earth. The South Heaven's supremacy had a grand plan. He wanted to be undefeatable in the human realm. Thus he had spent a great deal of effort and sweat to set up the formation that could utilize the power of creation. The power of creation was the power of creation between heaven and earth, and it was also the power of destruction between heaven and earth. If this power was used on the right path, it would naturally be able to create all things and become a ruler. However, if someone mastered this invincible power, They could also kill any living being below the level of a saint. Gu Fei, your time has come. In the stone chamber deep within the South Heaven Divine Palace, countless divine runes circled around Hierarch South Heaven's body. He had successfully attracted the will of heaven and earth. This was the most primitive power of the Tao Law. However, it was not easy to merge with the heavens and earth. The South Heaven Divine Highness had to transform into the heavens and earth to suppress the living beings in the heavens and earth. The earth trembled. Even though the Outer Seas army had retreated 100,000 miles away, they could still sense the trembling energy spreading out from the South Heaven Divine Palace. In other words, if it weren't for Gu Fei, Hierarch South Heaven would have been undefeatable in the human world. However, the cruel reality was that Hierarch South Heaven had encountered Gu Fei. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on top of the cauldron of mountains and rivers in the depths of the earth. He drew upon the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers to gather the ancestral chi of the earth and weaken the power of the great formation of creation. Rumble! The earth trembled, and a shocking amount of chi was emitted from the cauldron of mountain and river. Then, an extremely powerful heaven-devouring force was born from the ancient cauldron. The essence energy from the ancestral veins deep underground began to crazily gather towards the mountain-river cauldron and was devoured by it. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook, and the cauldron's soul showed signs of awakening. What happened? Meanwhile, the mountain-river cauldron had stopped the earth ancestor chi and was competing with the formation for the earth ancestor chi. The South Heaven supremacy in the stone chamber of the South Heaven Divine Palace was shocked when he sensed it. It's Gu Fei's doing. Divine Highness South Heaven immediately came to a realization. There was no way his opponent would just sit there and wait for his death. While he was increasing his strength, his opponent was preparing for his ultimate move. He was very clear that the good fortune grand array was already linked together with the entire vast moon region's earth veins. If the good fortune grand array was broken, then the entire vast moon region might be destroyed. Gu Fei was also setting up a matrix, frantically gathering the ancestral chi of earth. He wanted to awaken the cauldron soul that was slumbering in the cauldron of mountain and river. As long as the cauldron soul was awakened, he would be able to completely suppress this part of the world. Even so, the energy waves emitted by the mountain and river cauldron had already stabilized the ground. The essence chi of the earth gradually calmed down, no longer being guided by some kind of power. Preposterous! The South Heaven supremacy was startled as he sensed the power of creation gradually weakening. Someone was competing with him for the power of creation, transforming into the universe, dominating the heavens and earth. Divine Highness South Heaven uttered a furious roar. His figure suddenly turned blurry, following which the power of the Tao laws brought by the brilliance of the stars in the sky merged with him. Meanwhile, the power of creation of the earth merged with Divine Highness South Heaven. At that moment, Divine Highness South Heaven was truly carrying out the punishment on behalf of the heavens. His body had turned into the Tao laws, dominating the heavens and earth. Although the Tao laws were incomplete due to Gu Fei's interference, he still succeeded and became the dominator of the heavens and earth. Meanwhile, Divine Highness South Heaven's divine body turned blurry, as if he had lost his flesh and blood. Whoosh! With a single thought, Divine Highness South Heaven's blurry figure disappeared from the stone chamber. When he reappeared, he was deep inside the ground, right in front of the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei Dai. Divine Highness South Heaven reached out his hand, unleashing a bolt of tribulation lightning from his hand, striking at Gu Fei. It was purple lightning, the famous purple heaven godly thunder. You're the one who's going to die. Gu Fei was incomparably domineering. He sat on the mountain and river cauldron and lashed out with the sky-shrouding palm. A giant chaotic hand slapped forward, causing the rift to tremble. Countless purple heaven godly thunder exploded under the chaotic hand. Without any suspense, Divine Highness South Heaven was forced to retreat. How is this possible? Divine Highness South Heaven was utterly shocked. He had already used the power of creation, but his opponent's battle skill was able to ignore it. Even the power of creation could not suppress his opponent's power. Boom! The power of creation exploded. Divine Highness South Heaven's blurry figure turned into a giant vortex, which attempted to devour Gu Fei. The powerful devouring force devoured the rift in front of the vortex. However, to Divine Highness South Heaven's astonishment, even the black hole of creation was unable to move the man and the cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron did not budge at all. No matter how hard the black hole tried to destroy it, it could not devour the supreme sacred weapon. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shuddered once again before a powerful ripple burst out from the cauldron. The black hole of creation immediately collapsed. Supreme sacred weapon, mountain and river cauldron. Divine Highness South Heaven was utterly astonished. Humph! Even if you've obtained all the fortunate encounters, you're still no match against me. Gu Fei sat on the mountain and river cauldron and said in a disdainful tone, "Whoosh!" Divine Highness South Heaven's blurry figure disappeared once again. He had turned into the universe, dominating the heavens and earth, as if he had merged with the rift. Following this, Divine Highness South Heaven reappeared in the stone chamber deep inside the South Heaven Divine Palace. His speed was so fast that even Gu Fei's 8 steps extreme speed could not match his speed. "It's my turn." Gu Fei stood up from the mountain and river cauldron. With a thought, he and the mountain and river cauldron appeared on the ground. Kill! Gu Fei drove the mountain and river cauldron straight toward the great formation of creation. Meanwhile, the cauldron spirit inside the mountain and river cauldron was in a half-awakened state. Thus it was difficult for the cauldron to unleash its true power. Even so, the impact from the mountain and river cauldron was still quite impressive. Bang! Following a loud explosion, countless runes of the formation dissipated. The great formation of creation had actually been smashed by the mountain and river cauldron, leaving a huge hole in it. The great formation of creation was unable to withstand a single attack from the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron was a supreme sacred weapon with incredible power. If the mountain and river cauldron was able to fully unleash its power, it would be a piece of cake to destroy the great formation of creation. So what if you've turned into the universe? You're still no match against me. Chapter 2368. Gu Fei used the force of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself as he forced his way into the formation of creation. Countless runes began to dissipate as a giant hole was torn open in the formation that was said to be able to seize the fortune of the heavens and earth. Buzz! The rift shuddered as millions of Tao runes appeared densely and branded every inch of the rift, triggering the force of the heavens and earth. This is... Gu Fei was dumbfounded. Each of the Tao runes emitted a brilliant glow, triggering the force of the great Tao of the heavens and earth to surround the mountain and river cauldron. The force of the heavens and earth surged. The force of the stars and the energy of the earth progenitor vein continuously gathered under the control of the divine South Heaven, as if the heavens and earth were evolving. Gu Fei, who was standing on the mountain and river cauldron, could not help but exclaim upon seeing this. The divine South Heaven's ability was indeed law-defying. The formation of creation made him feel like he was undergoing the tribulation of the sacred realm. Here on the heavens, the South Heaven Divine Highness guided the energy of creation to strengthen himself. A powerful divine sense was transmitted as a voice echoed in Gu Fei's heart. Is that so? Gu Fei wore a cold grin. If he were to stumble into the sacred realm before he achieved the sacred realm, He would not stand a chance against the divine South Heaven, even if he had a sacred weapon of the supremacy realm. However, things were different now. The martial flesh of the sacred Emperor realm was strong enough for Gu Fei to face the power of the heavens and earth directly. That being said, the force of creation was able to harm his martial flesh too. The force of creation was similar to the secret art of Wu, one of the 9 arcane secrets of the immortal path. It was able to destroy the cultivation of a powerful living being and return it to its original form. It was a kind of fortune that could take away the fortune of others. If an ordinary sacred realm cultivator who had sealed himself broke into the formation of the divine South Heaven, he would most likely be forced back to his original form by the force of creation and be refined by the formation, resulting in his soul being destroyed. However, Gu Fei had the mountain and river cauldron. Even the force of creation could not take away the fortune of the mountain and river cauldron. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron trembled, and a wave of extreme Tao Qi emanated from the cauldron. No matter how many Tao patterns surged in from all directions, they were blocked. If it weren't for the protection of the Paragon Saint artifact, you would have long been refined to death by my grand formation. The divine sense of the South Heaven godly tribe appeared once again. He was currently in a special state. His flesh had become faint and illusory as he had merged with the energy of creation. It was not an easy task to activate the force of the heavens and earth. If he was careless, he might even lose his life, as if he was assimilated by the force of the heavens and earth. The South Heaven Divine Highness would become a part of the heavenly Tao. This was the so-called Tao assimilation, where the flesh and soul would turn into a part of the heavenly Tao. Once that happened, the South Heaven supremacy would be done for. The South Heaven supremacy naturally knew how powerful it was. He carefully controlled the power of creation. "Watch how I break your fortune formation," Gu Fei said, and sat down with his legs crossed. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood onto the mountain and river cauldron. He was going to use his blood to awaken the soul of the mountain and river cauldron. The instant the blood came into contact with the mountain river cauldron, it immediately seeped into the mountain river cauldron and disappeared. Ridiculous, trying to awaken the soul of the mountain and river cauldron. The South Heaven supremacy was shocked when he sensed what Gu Fei was trying to do. It would be a disaster if Gu Fei successfully awakened the soul of the mountain and river cauldron. Whoosh! The South Heaven supremacy instantly appeared in front of the mountain and river cauldron and attacked Gu Fei, who was sitting on the mountain and river cauldron. Boom! 9 dragons charged out from the South Heaven supremacy's hand, baring their fangs and claws as they lunged at Gu Fei ferociously. A powerful wave of God force burst out from the 9 dragons, shaking the rift between the heavens and earth. "You finally can't stand it anymore? I'll play with you then." Gu Fei stood up from the mountain and river cauldron. He took a step forward and dashed out from the void that was enveloped by the power of the mountain and river cauldron. Boom! Gu Fei was incomparably domineering. He directly threw a punch at the 9 dragons that were pouncing towards him. Powerful chaotic energy erupted from his fist. The 9 dragons were all blown away by Gu Fei's punch. Although he was unable to remove the seal on his body, his martial body of the Sage King level allowed him to fight against a Sage level existence, even without using his Sage King level cultivation. This was the advantage of a martial artist. As long as the martial body was strong enough, he could defeat all opponents. It didn't matter if the opponent was a peerless divine power or a peerless technique. "How dare you come out? You're courting death." The figure of the South Heaven hierarch let out a furious roar and charged toward Gu Fei. 9 dragons circled around him as a powerful force of the heavens, and earth surged. The force of the heavenly dragon has been summoned. Gu Fei was startled when he sensed the aura of a true dragon being emitted from the 9 dragons. Could the South Heaven supremacy really be able to use the force of the heavenly Tao He could sense that the heavenly dragon brand in the heavenly Tao had been activated. It was supposed to be the force of the heavenly Tao, but it was currently under the control of the South Heaven's supremacy. Any living being that defied the natural order would leave a brand on the heavenly Tao as long as they succeeded in overcoming the heavenly tribulation of the heavenly Tao of the heavens and earth. The heavenly dragon brand was a brand left on the heavenly Tao by a true dragon the moment it succeeded in overcoming the heavenly tribulation. Roar. The roar of the dragons shook the sky. The 9 dragons were extremely solid, as if they were real heavenly dragons descending upon the world. They displayed an undefeatable aura as their claws tore through the void and lunged at Gu Fei. I'm not afraid even if it's a real heavenly dragon, let alone the power of a brand. Gu Fei's battle intent surged. Chaotic chi surged from his body as 9 chaotic Tao runes were imprinted on his body. The power of the Saint Ruler martial body burst out as he charged forward and fought the 9 dragons in close combat. Bang! He smashed the head of a dragon with a punch, causing blood to splatter. Although it was not a real heavenly dragon, the scene was extremely realistic. Following that, Gu Fei soared into the sky and displayed the 8 steps 8 kills battle skill. He instantly arrived above another dragon and stomped down. Bang! A destructive force surged down from Gu Fei's right foot. He stomped on the body of the dragon, causing its scales and flesh to scatter in all directions. The mountain-like dragon was crushed into 2. This guy, seeing the scene, the figure of divine, sovereign South Heaven, couldn't help but be shocked. At this moment, he did not come with his real body, but a phantom formed by the power of the great Tao. 2 of the 9 dragons were instantly destroyed by Gu Fei. The remaining 7 dragons couldn't escape the fate of being destroyed either. Gu Fei shattered their bodies one after another and returned to the heavenly Tao. This scene was like a tribulation. Gu Fei had experienced this once, so he naturally knew how to deal with the power of the great Tao. World exterminating wheel of creation. Divine sovereign South Heaven roared furiously. His figure fiercely soared into the sky as countless Tao runes began to gather towards him. His body turned into a wheel and crushed down towards Gu Fei. Rumble, a terrifying world-destroying power descended from the roulette. The void was silently annihilated. Everything was obliterated by this world-destroying power. Nothing was left. This is... Gu Fei's expression turned serious. He raised his head and looked at the wheel that was crushing down from the sky. Using his martial path heavenly eye, he saw countless Tao laws intertwining with each other. This was a world-exterminating wheel formed by the laws of the great Tao. It was also the power of the great Tao. Boom! Without hesitation, Gu Fei directly soared into the sky and punched towards the world-exterminating wheel. However, in the next moment, he couldn't help but be shocked. The violent power that surged out from his right fist was actually devoured by the world-exterminating wheel and transformed into the power of the world-exterminating wheel. Rumble! The power of the world-exterminating wheel soared. The power of destruction became even stronger. A large piece of the void was directly destroyed as 9 Tao runes appeared on the world-exterminating wheel. At the same time, the world-exterminating wheel produced an extremely powerful devouring power that sucked in Gu Fei's fist, making it hard for him to break free. What? Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. Roar! He roared angrily and tried his best to retract his fist. However, just as he exerted force, the power that exploded out from his arm was instantly devoured by the world-exterminating wheel. The world-exterminating wheel came crashing down and devoured Gu Fei's entire body. This is... Gu Fei entered a strange void. There was nothing here. It was pitch black without any light. It was like the endless darkness before the heavens and earth were created. He wanted to rush out, but at this moment the world-exterminating wheel sealed the exit, trapping him completely in this dark void. Haha, you are still too inexperienced. Hierarch Southern Heaven laughed out loud. His figure appeared once again, and he stretched out his hand. The world-exterminating wheel flew into his hand and disappeared into the void, as though it had never appeared. Gu Fei was sucked into the nirvana void by the world-exterminating wheel, and it was impossible for him to come out. Hierarch Southern Heaven immediately retreated from the state where he was one with creation. The legendary mountain and river cauldron, Hierarch Southern Heaven's real body, came to the front of the mountain and river cauldron. He looked at the ancient cauldron that was floating amidst the billions of Tao runes. He was extremely excited. This was an extreme saint tool that had appeared since the Era of Legends. The Era of Legends was an extremely ancient era. Some people said that this era could be traced back to the beginning of the heavens and earth. It was an era where gods and demons coexisted and all kinds of sentient life forms roamed the world. If he could control the saint tool, even if he couldn't challenge a supreme being, he would be invincible below the supreme being level. Just as Hierarch Southern Heaven was feeling excited, he didn't realize that on the mountain and river cauldron, at the place where Gu Fei's blood essence seeped into, a crimson mark appeared. Chapter 2369. The South Heaven Hierarch executed a great art and summoned the world-exterminating wheel, which devoured Gu Fei into the Great Destruction Void. The Great Destruction Rift was an empty gap between the heavens and earth. It was a foreign space that the South Heaven Divine Highness had unintentionally opened up when he was trying to control the force of creation. It was the first time the South Heaven Hierarch had used such a great art against someone, but he did not expect that he would end up sucking Gu Fei into the Great Destruction Void. One could easily imagine the outcome of Gu Fei being trapped in the Great Destruction Void. Everyone knew that there was nothing in the Great Destruction Void, not even light. There was only endless darkness. It was impossible for the chi of the heavens and earth to exist in the Great Destruction Void. In other words, if a cultivator were to be devoured into the Great Destruction Void, they would no longer be able to obtain chi from the outside world, and would eventually die from exhaustion. Gu Fei is dead for sure. The mountain and river cauldron will soon be mine. The South Heaven Hierarch stopped absorbing the energy of creation. His real body appeared in front of the mountain and river cauldron. Meanwhile, millions of runes intertwined with one another, trapping the mountain and river cauldron in the void. The ancient cauldron floated in the endless runes. Even the force of the great Tao was unable to suppress it. However, the cauldron's spirit had yet to awaken. Otherwise, the South Heaven Hierarch would not have dared to approach the mountain and river cauldron. However, as the South Heaven Hierarch was immersed in joy, a blood mark appeared on the mountain and river cauldron. It was a human-shaped blood mark. As soon as the human-shaped blood seal appeared on the mountain and river cauldron, the space behind Supremacy South Heaven suddenly shattered, as a figure broke through the rift and dashed out from it. What? The South Heaven Hierarch was utterly shocked. Without hesitation, he sprang into the sky to dodge the attack from the person behind him. However, his opponent's attack was too fast. As soon as a layer of divine glow appeared on Hierarch South Heaven's body, his opponent's fist had already landed on his back. Bang! Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard coming from Supremacy South Heaven's body. The powerful force sent him flying toward the mountain and river cauldron, breaking his spine into pieces. As Hierarch South Heaven flew toward the mountain and river cauldron, the human-shaped blood seal on the mountain and river cauldron transformed into a blood-colored figure that charged out from the mountain and river cauldron. It was a blood-red Gu Fei. One drop of blood, one life. This was one of the characteristics of a Saint King grade martial body. After cultivating to this level, even if Gu Fei was killed until only a drop of blood remained, he could still rebuild his martial body and restore his peak cultivation. The blood-red Gu Fei was only a phantom, but it emitted powerful life fluctuations. He controlled the mountain and river furnace, and primal chaos energy began to emerge from the mountain and river furnace. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron, which had remained silent for a long time, suddenly buzzed. Following this, a heaven-devouring force burst out from the mountain and river cauldron, wrapping around the godly god South Heaven and devouring him. Rumble! Inside the mountain and river cauldron, the primal chaos energy surged and sealed Hierarch South Heaven. What? Hierarch South Heaven was scared out of his wits. He knew that he was in trouble. After being sealed by the mountain and river cauldron, there was no way he could make a comeback. Humph! Luckily I had a backup plan. Otherwise, I would have been tricked by you. The figure that broke through the void said coldly. He was Gu Fei. The blood-red figure rushed over and entered his body. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron vibrated again. A vortex appeared at the mouth of the cauldron. The billions of runes floating around the mountain and river cauldron all gathered toward the mountain and river cauldron and were devoured by it. The ancient cauldron was devouring the power of the great Tao. The power of the great Tao gathered by the great Tao formation was extremely powerful. After the mountain and river cauldron refined this power, the ancient ferocious beast on the cauldron became even more lifelike, as if it was about to rush out from the cauldron. The great Tao formation was no match for the mountain and river cauldron. As the formation crumbled, countless runes flew into the air and were refined by the mountain and river cauldron. The South Heaven Divine Palace, which had not descended from the sky for thousands of years, was on the verge of collapsing. Countless runes appeared on the palace. The pillar of light connecting the sky and the ground began to dissipate. No one had expected this to happen. Hierarch South Heaven had been sucked into the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei. As it turned out, although Gu Fei was knocked into the great destruction rift by the South Heaven Divine Palace, he initially thought that it would be difficult for him to find his way out. However, the blood he spat on the mountain and river cauldron played a crucial role when Gu Fei was in a dilemma. Gu Fei was lost in the great destruction rift because there was nothing there, thus it was difficult for him to find his way back to the human realm. On the other hand, Gu Fei's blood had an inexplicable connection with Gu Fei. The blood allowed him to sense the location of the human realm. The South Heaven Divine Palace had thought of everything, but he did not expect that when Gu Fei tried to awaken the cauldron spirit with his blood, the cauldron spirit was not awakened, allowing Gu Fei to escape from the calamity. This palace is not bad. Gu Fei soared into the sky and set foot on the supreme palace in the hearts of the people of the Clear Moon continent. An hour later, the great Tao formation finally collapsed. All the runes were devoured by the mountain and river cauldron. Even the energy of creation accumulated by the great Tao formation was completely devoured. Gu Fei sat at the highest point of the South Heaven Divine Palace. When the mountain and river cauldron had devoured all the energy gathered by the great Tao formation, he reached out his hand and summoned the mountain and river cauldron back to him. It shrunk rapidly and landed on his right hand. This place is inside the mountain and river cauldron. In the void, the South Heaven Divine Palace looked around in a daze. He could only see that there was no sky or earth around him, only a vast expanse of whiteness. As soon as the South Heaven Divine Palace entered the void, a figure sitting somewhere in the void suddenly opened his eyes. He has also been sealed here. The man rose into the air and glanced in the direction of the South Heaven Divine Master. What? At that moment, the South Heaven Divine Palace's expression changed. He also sensed a familiar aura coming from afar. It was the aura of a familiar person. South Heaven, it's really you. A figure appeared in front of the South Heaven Divine Palace and stared at him in disbelief. It's you. The South Heaven Divine Palace was shocked when he saw the person. It was Heavenly Monarch Ziyang of the Purple Sun continent. I didn't expect you to be defeated by that person too. Heavenly Monarch Ziyang said, "Does that guy really want to conquer the ocean? It seems like the ageless demon child won't be able to run away either." The South Heaven Divine Palace was able to guess Gu Fei's goal too. The guy was indeed bold, To think that he wanted to conquer the ocean and become the ruler of the divine ocean. The two were in the same boat. They were both sealed in the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei. The two studied it carefully, trying to find a way to leave this place. However, they eventually realized that unless Gu Fei let them go, none of them would be able to escape. The mountain and river cauldron was an extreme Tao sacred weapon that had existed since the Age of Legends. It had a mysterious origin and was able to suppress the heavens. Unless the South Heaven Divine Palace and Heavenly Monarch Xiong could become extreme Tao Supremes, they would have a chance of escaping from the mountain and river cauldron. Meanwhile, outside the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei held the mountain and river cauldron in his hand and sent a message to his subordinates. Soon the Iron Blood Taoists, the 12 bandits, and the others led the army to the South Heaven Divine Palace. The sky was covered in darkness, with figures everywhere. The Iron Blood Taoist only led the 5,000 soldiers of Gu Fei. In this battle, not a single one of Gu Fei's 5,000 soldiers died. Everyone was bathed in blood, as if they had walked through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. On the other hand, the forces of the outer endless sea of the Clear Moon continent that were led by the 12 bandits suffered great casualties. Even the army of the Wood tribe led by the Mulberry Tree Emperor had lost half of their clansmen. Red Dragon, Yao Yu, and the others were injured to varying degrees. Even the Meng clan had lost some people. However, in the end, they still won. Everyone was extremely excited. The Clear Moon continent had really changed. No one dared to imagine that they had overthrown the rule of the South Heaven Divine Palace in the Clear Moon continent for thousands of years. Let's celebrate. Facing the army in front of him, Gu Fei only uttered these words. Following this, the core members of Gu Fei's group entered the South Heaven Divine Palace and followed behind Gu Fei into the mysterious hall. After entering the hall of the South Heaven Divine Palace, Gu Fei walked up to the throne in the middle and sat down. The others took their seats on his left and right. Menglong, pass on my order. Don't let the people of the outer endless sea wreak havoc. Gu Fei suddenly said, Yes, Grandmaster. Menglong immediately rose to his feet and bowed at Gu Fei before leaving the hall. The Clear Moon continent has been conquered. What I've said before definitely counts. Luo Shao, you'll be in charge of the Clear Moon continent from now on. Gu Fei glanced at the leader of the demonic sky pirates, Luo Shao. Yes, Master. I'll take good care of the Clear Moon continent and not let Master down. Luo Shao was overjoyed and immediately stepped forward to accept the order. The leaders of the various tribes from the outer endless sea were extremely envious. Luo Shao had really picked up a great bargain. A mere leader of the pirates had become the continent lord of the Clear Moon continent. Some people were not convinced, but they did not dare to say anything. Even the South Heaven Divine Palace was not a match for their master, let alone them. Very well, don't be disappointed. Those who participated in the invasion of the Clear Moon continent will be rewarded. I'll grant you the title of king, to guard the 10 godly cities for me. Gu Fei said. With that, the entire Clear Moon continent would no longer be under Luo Zhao's control. At the very least, the king who guarded the 10 godly cities would not have to pay any heed to Luo Zhao. Gu Fei needed balance. He didn't need a dictator. He infected the 10 great royal clans, and from then on, the Clear Moon region became a state of fragmentation. Chapter 2370. Gu Fei had conquered the Clear Moon continent. At that moment, 2 of the 3 continents were under his control. Deep inside the South Heaven Divine Palace, in the stone chamber where the South Heaven Divine Venerate was cultivating in seclusion, Gu Fei sat with his legs crossed. He was currently thinking about how to conquer the falling star continent as soon as possible. Gather the strength of the 2 continents and give the unaging demon child a lightning-fast strike. Upon having this thought, Gu Fei came out from his seclusion and summoned the leaders of the Purple Sun continent and the Clear Moon continent for a meeting. Soon, he decided on the plan to conquer the Falling Star Continent. The Falling Star Continent was said to be the place where the stars in the sky had fallen into the fallen god ocean in ancient times. Among the 3 continents in the ocean, the Falling Star Continent was the largest among the 3 continents in terms of size. The combined size of the Purple Sun Continent and the Clear Moon Continent was around the same as the Falling Star Continent. The Falling Star Continent had a vast territory with countless powerful tribes living there. Among the tribes, the Beast Tribe was the strongest, as it was a continent that was ruled by the Beast Tribe. The unaging demon child was the ruler of the Falling Star Continent. Of course, the Falling Stars Continent was actually not a monolithic block. Although the other strong tribes seemed to obey the orders of the old demon child of the demon clan on the surface, many of them were secretly unwilling to submit to the demon clan. However, none of this was something that Gu Fei had to consider. He wanted to take down the Falling Stars Continent as swiftly as a clap of thunder. Soon, the army of the Purple Sun Continent had gathered. A teleportation gate had been established between the Purple Sun Continent and the Clear Moon Continent, allowing the people of the 2 continents to travel freely. Meanwhile, in the Clear Moon Continent, various tribes had gathered their forces. The area in front of the South Heaven Divine Palace was crowded with people rising into the sky or joining the battle from afar. The sky was densely packed with soldiers from various tribes in battle armor. A ferocious aura lingered between the heavens and earth. Master, the Falling Star Continent's territory is too vast. The Clear Moon Continent is incomparable to it. Can we really conquer the Falling Star Continent like this? Yao Yu said. In front of the South Heaven Divine Palace stood a platform floating in the air. A group of people stood on the platform, led by Gu Fei. Have the people we sent out returned? Gu Fei asked. Master, they have returned. The demon race in the Falling Star Continent doesn't seem to know that we are going to attack them. Iron Blood, Daoist said. Very good. Meng Long, beat the war drums immediately. Gu Fei shouted at Meng Long, who was standing at the side of the stage. Yes. In front of the war drum, Meng Long responded. Then he waved the sledgehammer in his hand and struck the war drum. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the war drums shook the 9 heavens and spread throughout the heavens and earth. Upon hearing the sound of the drums, the soldiers in front of the South Heaven Godly Palace began to gather. Figures soared into the sky and formed a square formation in the sky. 10 chariots, pulled by beasts, rushed over and stopped in front of the square formations. The 10 new royal tribes of the Clear Moon Continent had arrived with their soldiers. The roars of the beasts shook the sky. In front of the 10 royal tribes, there was another square formation formed by almost 10,000 people. This was the direct force of the Clear Moon Continent's continent lord, Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao's strength was only slightly stronger than the 10 new royal tribes. However, there was a limit to how strong he was. The wood tribe of the 10 royal tribes was even stronger than Luo Xiao. This was because the wood tribe had a wood mulberry tree emperor who was an expert in the great perfection quasi-sacred realm. Stop! Gu Fei yelled. The sound of the war drums came to a stop. Everyone looked at the figure on the platform. I'll cut to the chase. In this attack on the Falling Star Continent, the land will belong to whoever occupies it. Go, fight for your own territory. Gu Fei said loudly. His voice was heard by everyone. Fight, fight, fight. The 100,000 soldiers raised their arms and shouted. Their voices shook the sky, causing the void to tremble. A murderous aura swept across the area, causing the sky to change color. At this moment, in front of the unique sacred mountain in the Ziyang continent, there were countless soldiers standing in the air in a square formation. In front of the square formation stood a woman in silver armor. This woman was Yan Er. Yan Er was a saint. Only a saint could command the 100,000 soldiers of the Purple Sun Continent. Yan Er's assistant was the wise and resourceful leader of the 12 great bandits, Zhuge Liang. Advisor, it's time to go, Yen said to Zhuge Liang, who was beside her. Yes. Zhuge Liang nodded and walked forward with the flag in his hand. He raised his hand and threw the flag. Boom! A ball of godly light shot out from the flag. Countless runes appeared and intertwined with each other, forming a huge void door in front of the 100,000 soldiers. Kill! Yen shouted loudly and took the lead to rush into the void gate. Kill! The 100,000 soldiers roared angrily and advanced. Their murderous aura soared to the sky. They passed through the void door and rushed towards the Starfall continent. Their battle intent was earth-shattering, causing all living beings to tremble. These 100,000 soldiers were formed by the strongest cultivators of the Purple Sun continent. They represented the strongest battle force of the Purple Sun continent. At the same time, Gu Fei threw out a flag in front of the South Heaven Divine Palace of the Clear Moon continent. A void door, formed by godly light, appeared in the void. The 100,000 soldiers were filled with battle intent. Under the lead of their generals, they passed through the void door and rushed into the Starfall continent. At this moment, 2 huge void doors suddenly appeared in the sky above the Starfall continent. Powerful waves of energy spread from the void doors, shocking the countless living beings on the Starfall continent. What happened? Could it be that someone crossed regions to come here? Near the void door, powerful beings of the Starfall continent muttered. In the next moment, everyone who had noticed the void door in the sky was dumbfounded. They saw countless murderous soldiers charging out of the huge void door. Roar! The roars of the beasts were earth-shattering. Groups of soldiers rushed out from the void door and attacked in all directions. The sudden change stunned the living beings on the Starfall continent. Boom! After a loud rumble, a mountain range less than 1,000 miles away from the void door suddenly crumbled. Dust rose into the sky. Powerful cultivators of the Starfall continent acted and stopped a general from the Purple Sun continent. 2 powerful cultivators were fighting. Powerful energy waves spread in all directions, startling countless living beings in the mountains. Who are you? How dare you invade the Starfall continent? A loud shout came from afar. Then a silhouette appeared in the sky and quickly rushed towards the void door. The silhouette was incomparably powerful. Clouds of blood, mist appeared. Chapter 2371. Gu Fei gathered the armies of the Xian continent and the Haoyue continent and suddenly attacked the Starfall continent. The living beings of the Starfall continent were caught unprepared and were forced to retreat. High up in the sky of the Falling Star continent, there was a huge void realm gate. Countless battle soldiers were rushing out of the void realm gate and killing in all directions. Kill! Countless soldiers formed a square formation. Their murderous intent was shocking. They advanced towards the central region of the Starfall continent like a hot knife through butter. Cities were constantly being taken down by the army. Haha, this city belongs to the wood race now. A treant whose body was glowing with a dark green demonic light laughed above a city. This city was already controlled by the wood race. Gu Fei had said that whoever took down the city would be the one to take it. In other words, this city was already the territory of the wood race. Humph, the Blazing Phoenix race isn't bad either. An expert from the Blazing Phoenix race, one of the 10 royal races of the Haoyue continent, said. The Blazing Wind race had also taken down a sizable city. Rumble! In another direction, an incomparably strong energy wave came. Some experts were fighting. Some experts from the royal races had encountered a strong enemy and were actually stopped. You dare to invade my Starfall continent. You all deserve to die. A young general roared furiously. He charged through a group of battle soldiers, and a dozen or so of them were instantly turned into clouds of blood mist. Their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. Who are you? Tell me your name. A middle-aged god rushed over, and stopped the young general. This was an expert from the deity race. The deity race was said to be the descendants of the ancient gods. There weren't many people in this race, but every one of them was an expert. The deity race was also one of the 10 royal races of the Haiyue continent. The soldiers, led by the deity race, were all living beings of the deity race. Starfall continent, Wushang. The young general stared at his opponent and said coldly, "Very good. I don't kill nameless people. You can die now." The middle-aged god said and pressed forward. Rumble, the void trembled, and the mighty divine power wave from the middle-aged god's body caused the void around him to become very unstable. "Kill!" The young general, Wu Shang, roared in rage. With a single step, he arrived before the middle-aged god in an instant and punched out. Boom! An extremely powerful ripple of power erupted from Wu Shang's fist. His fist shook the world and the void, the supreme fist force pressing forward. This, the middle-aged god was shocked. In the next moment, he disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already above General Wu Shang's head. Heavenly God Hand. The middle-aged god's head was above his feet and his right hand directly pressed down on General Wu Shang. A huge hand appeared in the sky, sealing the void and cutting off all of General Wu Shang's escape routes. Clear Moon Continent's Heavenly God Clan. General Wu Shang was incomparably shocked. How could someone from the celestial deity clan possibly appear here? One had to know that the celestial deity clan only appeared in the vast moon province. Falling star-breaking moon fist. General Wu Shang roared in rage. His fist emitted a dazzling divine light. Within the divine light, Tao patterns could be faintly seen and a powerful, great Tao energy erupted. General Wu Shang's fists seemed to have transformed into 2 dazzling balls of starlight as they struck upwards. It was as though a huge star had appeared in the sky. Boom! The heavenly god hand and the falling star fist clashed together, creating a loud sound that shook the heavens and earth. These 2 killing techniques were both outstanding. They were both secret techniques that were not passed down and were incomparably powerful. The heavenly god hand was a killing technique of the celestial deity clan. It was the inheritance of the ancient celestial deity. The power of the heavenly god hand was unquestionable. General Wu Shang's falling star-breaking moon fist was also very powerful. When cultivated to the highest realm, he could shatter the divine moon in the sky with a single punch. The heavenly god hand disappeared in the void. The power of General Wu Shang's falling star fist was also blocked. The 2 experts clashed head-on and were evenly matched. Again, the 2 experts clashed once again and began a fierce battle. General Wu Shang was an expert of the falling star continent. At the same time, he was also the protector of the city below. He had no choice but to fight these invaders. He could not watch as his clansmen were killed by these invaders. In another direction, an intense battle also occurred. The falling star continent was too vast. The experts on the falling star continent were more numerous than all the experts on the clear moon continent and the purple sun continent combined. In particular, the Yao clan of the falling star continent was the strongest race on the falling star continent. The unaging demon child was the demon lord of the falling star continent. He ruled over an entire continent. What? 2 void domain gates appeared in the sky? In the central region of the falling star continent, such a voice rang out from a place where the veins of the earth converged. Who exactly is it? How dare they invade my falling star continent? Furious roars rang out from the ancestral vein. Then many figures left the ancestral land and rushed in all directions. Very soon, the entire falling star continent was on high alert. All the experts were gathered. Rumble, the void trembled. Wild beasts roared high up in the sky. Black war chariots rolled across the sky. Behind the war chariots were groups of soldiers wearing black battle robes and wielding divine spears. The black cloud soldiers of the falling star continent were mobilized. The leader of this group was a great perfection quasi-saint. Kill! A group of soldiers wearing silver battle robes charged towards the black cloud soldiers. These were the soldiers of the silver flood dragon race. Every single one of them was emitting an incomparably powerful energy wave. The silver flood dragon soldiers were one of the strongest races in the Purple Sun Continent. They were also conferred as the Purple Sun Continent's royal family by Gu Fei. The one leading this group of soldiers was the Silver Flood Dragon King. This Silver Flood Dragon King was also a great perfection quasi-saint. In the Purple Sun Continent, he was an invincible existence. If those ancient sages who sealed themselves did not make a move, a great perfection quasi-saint would be invincible in the human realm. Battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. Two extremely powerful soldiers clashed. For a moment, blood and flesh flew everywhere as people fell from the sky. Where there's war, there's death. Even immortals would fall in a war of this level. Die. The leader of the Black Cloud soldiers roared in rage. Wielding the divine spear, he pierced towards the Silver Flood Dragon King. The tip of the divine spear was emitting a dark light. You're the one who's going to die. The Silver Flood Dragon King was incomparably domineering. He opened his mouth and spat out a divine pearl towards the leader of the Black Cloud soldiers. The divine pearl contained an extremely powerful energy wave. Clang! The divine pearl collided with the divine spear, producing a metallic sound. The divine spear lost its aim and flew past the side of the Silver Flood Dragon King. Humph. Chapter 2372. The Silver Serpent Clan was a powerful clan in the Xian continent, and the Silver Serpent King was one of the strongest among them. In the entire Xian continent, the Silver Serpent King's strength was definitely within the top 10. However, the commander of the Black Cloud clan was not weak either. The two of them fought fiercely, and the Silver Serpent King even revealed his true form. He turned into a silver serpent with a body as large as a mountain. He spat out divine pearls from his mouth, and large swathes of the space shattered under the bombardment of the divine pearls. The commander of the Black Cloud clan also displayed his powerful battle prowess. His entire body was enveloped by a black armor, and only his eyes were exposed. 2 beams of black light shot out of his eyes, several feet long. His entire body was shrouded in black aura, and within the black aura, one could vaguely see the patterns of the Great Path. Bzzz. The divine spear in the commander's hand hummed as if it had a life of its own. It emitted extremely powerful ripples, clashing with the divine pearls that the Silver Serpent King had spat out. The sound of the Great Path rang out. Uft! The commander suddenly exploded and shook off the divine pearls. He nailed the Silver Serpent King in the air with his spear. Serpent blood splattered everywhere, and the sky seemed to be raining blood. So you've been hiding your strength all along. The Silver Serpent King roared. He was pierced by the divine spear, and the explosive power of the Great Path from the spear destroyed his life force. Very soon his eyes lost their light. The Silver Serpent King had fallen. Humph! The commander snorted coldly, but he did not say anything. Kill! Avenge our king! Although the Silver Serpent King had died, the silver-armored soldiers under his command did not disperse. Instead, they directly charged towards the commander. Rumble! The air trembled. The silver-armored soldiers were unafraid of death. Their eyes were all red, and they exploded with a shocking murderous aura, causing the sky to change color. However, the fate of the silver-armored soldiers had already been decided the moment the Silver Serpent King died. Kill them all. The commander tossed the corpse of the Silver Serpent King to the side, then gave an order to the soldiers behind him. Kill them all. The Black Cloud warriors roared in unison as they charged forward. Black chariots rolled across the sky, and the powerful force caused black spatial cracks to appear in the heavens and earth. Commander He Yin took the lead and charged forward. He was like a tiger that had entered a flock of sheep, directly killing his way into the battle formation formed by the silver-armored battle soldiers. With a wave of the divine spear in his hand, a large number of silver-armored battle soldiers were directly crushed into a mist of blood. Their bodies and souls were instantly destroyed. The silver-armored battle soldiers and the black cloud battle soldiers fought fiercely. People kept falling from the sky, their blood staining the ground below. The battle cries were earth-shattering. In less than an hour, about 10,000 silver-armored warriors had died in battle. "Kill all these invaders!" Commander He Yun roared. His battle intent surged as he led the Black Cloud Battle Army towards the area where the Void Domain Gate was located. The Silver WYRM King died in battle. The news spread. The commanders of the Purple Sun continent were incomparably shocked. One should know that the Silver WYRM King wasn't a weakling. He was a king of the Purple Sun continent. Gu Fei had been bestowed the title of king in the Purple Sun continent, and this Silver WYRM King was bestowed the title by Gu Fei himself. Outrageous. Do they really think that there's no one left in the Purple Sun continent? An immortal emperor bellowed, then led his 10,000 battle soldiers towards the Black Cloud Battle Army, led by Commander He Yin. The defeat of the Silver WYRM King had more or less affected the morale of the Purple Sun continent. The solitary immortal emperor is angry. The consequences will be very serious. Someone said, in the Purple Sun continent, the forces of the solitary prefecture had been directly taken over by Gu Fei. This solitary immortal emperor was an expert of the solitary prefecture. He had surrendered to Gu Fei. "You charcoal head, die." The solitary immortal emperor raised his hand and struck out a ball of purple divine lightning at Commander He Yin. The glaring lightning made it hard for everyone to look at it directly. 9 heavens, immortal lightning. Commander He Yin was taken aback when he saw the solitary immortal emperor's lightning technique. He waved the divine spear in his hand and shattered the purple divine lightning. At this time, the solitary immortal emperor was like a thunder god descending from the 9 heavens. His body bloomed with boundless lightning as he attacked Commander He Yin. The 2 great experts were engaged in a great battle. The solitary immortal emperor's strength was much stronger than the Silver WYRM King. This forced Commander He Yin to go all out. He couldn't hide his strength like he did against the Silver WYRM King. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the solitary immortal emperor was incomparably powerful. He wanted to shroud Commander He Yin and all the Black Cloud battle soldiers behind him with his 9 heavens immortal lightning. However, Commander He Yin wasn't a weakling either. The divine spear in his hand was like a real dragon, emitting a terrifying divine might. A large amount of lightning was shattered by the divine spear. Although the solitary immortal emperor was strong, it was difficult for him to capture Commander He Yin and all the Black Cloud battle soldiers in one fell swoop. The 2 experts were evenly matched. For a moment, they were locked in a stalemate. At this time, on another battlefield, the battle between the Heavenly God clan from the Clear Moon continent and General Wushang from the Falling Stars continent had reached a climax. General Wushang was incomparably powerful. He displayed the supreme power of the Falling Stars shattering moon fist, forcing the experts of the Heavenly God clan to retreat continuously. The experts of the Heavenly God clan were shocked. This opponent was really strong. 9 stars, shattering fist. General Wushang let out a furious roar and punched out with all his might. This punch caused the entire world to tremble. 9 balls of divine light exploded around the experts of the deity clan. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a powerful destructive force instantly enveloped the experts of the Heavenly God clan. Then the experts of the Heavenly God clan were annihilated by this destructive force and died just like that. What? The soldiers of the Heavenly God clan turned pale with fright when they saw this scene. Their commander was killed. This caused quite a commotion among the soldiers of the Heavenly God clan. Kill. After General Wushang killed the experts of the Heavenly God clan, he immediately rushed towards the soldiers of the Heavenly God clan. A chilling killing intent emanated from General Wushang's body, sweeping in all directions. "I'll deal with you." A loud roar sounded from the sky. Then a figure descended from the sky, landing in front of General Wushang, blocking his path. "Who are you? Are you in a hurry to die?" General Wushang stopped and said coldly, "Humph, let's see who's the one courting death." The newcomer sneered. This person was a middle-aged scholar dressed in green and holding a 5-colored feather fan. The middle-aged scholar's body gave off a powerful battle intent. "I don't care who you are. Let's talk after I kill you," General Wushang said loudly, and directly attacked the middle-aged scholar. This middle-aged scholar with a 5-colored feather fan was the leader of the 12 bandits, Zhuge Liang. Coincidentally, Zhuge Liang was nearby and witnessed the battle between the experts of the Heavenly God clan and General Wushang. Who? Zhuge Liang knew how powerful this young general was. He directly swung his fan at him. A 5-colored divine flame rushed out from the 5-colored feather fan, burning towards General Wushang. 5 elemental true fire. General Wushang couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the 5-colored flame. He hurriedly retracted his fist and retreated. The 5-colored feather fan in Zhuge Liang's hand was a powerful immortal weapon named the 5 Elements Fan. This fan was branded with the Tao patterns of the 5 elements. When it was swung, it could release the divine fire of the 5 elements. 9 stars shattering fist. General Wushang roared in anger and punched out with his strongest fist. This falling stars shattering moon fist was close to a martial arts battle technique. The powerful fist energy was like 9 stars exploding, tyrannical to the extreme. "This move of yours is useless against me," Zhuge Liang said. After that, he used the 5 elements technique. The void around him distorted, and the destructive energy of the 9 stars was all guided away by him. This great technique that could shift the 5 elements was the nemesis of General Wushang's 9 stars shattering fist. Who? Zhuge Liang waved the 5 elements fan in his hand again. This time, it wasn't the 5 elemental true fire that rushed out from the fan, but the shadows of 5 divine phoenixes. Swoosh! The divine phoenixes spread their wings, and the 5 divine phoenixes soared high into the sky, pouncing towards General Wushang. General Wushang was shocked. This person was ridiculously strong. He wasn't his match at all. Boom! With a loud bang, General Wushang was sent flying, blood spurting out of his mouth. Kill! Zhuge Liang didn't hold back and used his killer move. The 9 divine phoenixes rushed up and rushed into General Wushang's body. Roar! General Wushang only had time to roar in anger. A 5-colored divine fire burned out of his body, burning him to ashes in an instant. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Just SOSO, Zhuge Liang said. Just as Zhuge Liang killed General Wushang, an extremely powerful ripple suddenly came from the central region of the Falling Stars continent. In the depths of a mountain, a killing matrix rose into the sky. It flew up from the ground and rushed towards a woman in white who was standing in the sky. Boom! The sky shook and countless matrix patterns condensed without dispersing. They triggered a peerless killing intent and rushed towards the woman in white. Is that all you've got? The white-clothed lady still had a calm expression as she faced the incoming killing formation. She faintly uttered such words. In the center of the killing matrix, there was a matrix platform floating. It was covered by endless matrix patterns. An old man stood on the matrix platform. This old man's body was full of mighty power, and he was driving the killing matrix with all his might. If Gu Fei was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this woman in white. This woman in white was Yen. Yen has made her move. Just as Yen-Er's aura began to explode on a mountain hundreds of thousands of miles away, a person suddenly turned and looked in Yen-Er's direction. This person was Gu Fei. Chapter 2373. There were not many ancient inheritances in the Falling Stars continent. There was only one cultivation clan that could be passed down to the present era, and that was the True Dragon clan. The ancestor of the True Dragon clan was an invincible true dragon. However, the clan did not only consist of true dragons, but also people with the blood of true dragons flowing in their veins. In the depths of a mountain where true dragons had once been born, Yen-Er encountered this clan. At this moment, an old man surrounded by majestic dragon Qi controlled a killing formation and charged towards the white-robed female sage standing high in the sky. Rumble. Within the killing formation, dragon-shaped Tao patterns intertwined, and an extremely powerful true dragon power rapidly condensed, turning into an absolute killing power. The void trembled under the impact of this power. Humph! Yen-Er, dressed in snow-white robes, snorted coldly. Then, with a thought, an ancient cauldron rushed out from her body and floated above her head. Buzz! The myriad medicines cauldron shook, and 9 black figures emerged from the body of the cauldron and walked out. This was one of the cauldron's magical powers. Each of the faint black figures exuded an extremely poisonous aura. As soon as the 9 figures appeared, the world was filled with an aura of death that made all living beings' hearts palpitate. Kill. The old man of the True Dragon clan directly charged over, completely without any scruples. Roar. A dragon's roar suddenly came from the killing formation. It was as if a true dragon had descended from the killing formation, and the mighty true dragon aura instantly increased by 10 times. What? Sensing the change in the opponent's killing formation, Yen-Er could not help but be shocked, but she was fearless. The 9 figures surrounded by black Qi rushed down, and in an instant they fiercely pounced into the killing formation controlled by the old man of the True Dragon clan. These were the poison men refined from the myriad medicines cauldron. These poison men did not have flesh and blood, and were completely formed by the power of the myriad medicines cauldron. As long as the myriad medicines cauldron existed, these poison men would not disappear. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens, and the mountains shook. Within the killing formation, one could vaguely see the shadow of a dragon. After the 9 black figures rushed into the killing formation, there was no movement at all. Sensing that the 9 poisonous bodies were being destroyed by the true dragon's power in the killing formation, Yen-Er could not help but feel a little surprised. She felt that she had underestimated this opponent. Humph! Let's see if you can refine my cauldron. Yen-Er directly controlled the cauldron of myriad medicines and rushed into the killing formation, directly attacking the old man in the formation. Countless Tao patterns appeared on the divine cauldron. This time there were actually 18 black figures that rushed out of the divine cauldron. The terrifying poison power corroded the void and could destroy the surrounding Tao patterns. Within the killing formation, the old man sensed the changes within the formation and couldn't help being shocked. His opponent's poison was actually able to corrode the formation. A mass of black Qi diffused out from the killing formation. Wherever the black Qi passed, the formation patterns collapsed and the Tao patterns were destroyed. The power of the killing formation immediately weakened a lot. This is bad. In the killing formation, the old man of the True Dragon clan couldn't help but change his expression when he saw this. Boom! The power of the cauldron of myriad medicines erupted like a volcano. Endless black Qi spread out in all directions. Large areas of the formation patterns were corroded by the poisonous Qi. Even the True Dragon's power condensed by the killing formation could not stop this poisonous Qi. How is this possible? The old man of the True Dragon clan was extremely shocked. The killing formation was actually so weak. His opponent's ancient cauldron must be an amazing divine tool. As the killing formation collapsed, the old man of the true dragon clan immediately rushed out of the killing formation. Without the old man's control, the mass of black chi in the killing formation lost its resistance and spread out rapidly. In the end, it actually swallowed the entire killing formation. The cauldron of myriad medicines of the ancient alchemy saint. The old man of the true dragon clan stared at the ancient cauldron floating above Yen, Er's head with a gloomy expression. This divine tool was not simple. It was a cauldron used by an ancient alchemy saint to refine spirit pills and medicines. This divine cauldron accumulated countless medicinal power and became a terrifying divine tool. It could save people and also transform into the cauldron of myriad poisons to kill people. Swish! The old man stretched out his right hand, and a golden divine whip that was 3 feet long appeared in his hand. This divine whip had 81 segments. This is sensing the aura of a true dragon coming from the divine whip in the old man's hand. Even Yen Er's heart was shaken. That golden divine whip seemed to be the spine of a true dragon. The old man waved the divine whip in his hand and attacked Yen. As soon as Yen Er thought about it, the 18 black shadows standing around her immediately pounced on the old man. Black chi continuously dissipated from each of the shadows. Humph! The old man sneered, then directly waved the golden whip in his hand, and a dragon shadow immediately rushed out of the golden whip to meet the 18 black shadows that rushed over. The 18 golden dragon phantoms rushed over, and the 18 black shadows immediately exploded and turned into a cloud of black gas. The black gas condensed and didn't dissipate, and in the next moment, it turned into 18 black shadows. What? The old man of the true dragon clan could not help but be shocked when he saw this scene. Withdraw. At this time, Yen Er directly operated the cauldron of myriad medicines. A black vortex immediately appeared at the mouth of the cauldron. A powerful force that could devour the heavens spread out from the black vortex. The 18 golden dragon shadows were all swallowed into the cauldron by the devouring power emitted by the cauldron of myriad medicines and were then annihilated. The 18 poisonous shadows directly pounced on the old man of the true dragon clan who was holding the true dragon divine whip. The old man could not help but change his expression and hurriedly retreated. At the same time, he repeatedly waved the true dragon divine whip in his hand. Golden dragon shadows soared through the sky and rushed towards the poisonous shadows. Bang! 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 The poisonous body, which was surrounded by black gas, exploded and turned into a black poisonous fog. Buzz! At this time, the true dragon divine whip in the old man's hand suddenly let out a trembling sound. It actually flew out of the old man's hand and smashed towards the cauldron of myriad medicines above Yen Er's head. Clang! The golden divine whip fiercely smashed on the cauldron of myriad medicines, causing sparks to fly everywhere. The cauldron of myriad medicines was actually sent flying hundreds of meters away. A sacred tool refined from the spine of a true dragon, Yen Er and the cauldron of myriad medicines were sent flying at the same time. She looked at the true dragon divine whip that was sent flying back, and her eyes flickered. Elderlong, do you need help? At this time in the ancestral land of the true dragon clan, 3 figures rushed out. These 3 figures were surrounded by the aura of a true dragon, and there were faint dragon shadows on their bodies. Obviously, these 3 people were the experts of the true dragon clan. In particular, the leader of these 3 experts was actually a pure-blooded true dragon. This made Yen Er's heart tremble. There was actually a pure-blooded true dragon in the human realm. This was definitely not a trivial matter. If this news were to spread out, it would definitely shake the entire ancestral dragon star's cultivation world. It should be known that even in the ancient times, the true dragon was an absolutely powerful existence. A pure-blooded true dragon had an invincible constitution among the true dragon clan. The aura of this young man was far stronger than the other 2. Young master, Why did you come out?" When the old man called Elder Long saw the young man in golden armor, he could not help but be taken aback, and then he said loudly, He did not expect the enemy to be a fairy. Chapter 2374. There weren't many true dragons in the mortal world, and pure-blooded true dragons were even rarer. Although this young man in golden armor was a pure-blooded true dragon, he was only at the greater mastery demisage realm. He was only one step away from becoming a sage true dragon. Swoosh! At this moment, Elder Long wielded the true dragon divine whip and moved quickly in the void, fighting against Yen-Er. Yen-Er's white robe fluttered in the wind, and her beauty was peerless. The young man was dumbfounded and amazed, as if he had forgotten that she was an enemy. "Young master, hurry up and enter the ancestral grounds." Elder Long shouted at the young man while fighting against Yen-Er. "Enter the ancestral grounds? Why?" The young man was confused. This young man was the young master of the True Dragon clan, and the only pure-blooded true dragon in the history of the True Dragon clan. The probability of a pure-blooded true dragon appearing in the True Dragon clan was too low. The appearance of a young master was one of a kind. Therefore, the True Dragon clan was extremely protective of this young master. Even if the young man accidentally hurt himself, it would be a huge matter in the True Dragon clan. It was enough to alarm the elders of the True Dragon clan who had long retired from worldly affairs. The True Dragon clan was powerful enough that even the unaging demon child didn't dare to offend them. Almost no one dared to provoke the young master of the True Dragon clan in the Falling Star continent. A pure-blooded true dragon that grew up under protection was no longer a truly invincible true dragon. The young master of the True Dragon clan had pitifully little fighting experience. He still didn't know how dangerous the situation was. "You too! Hurry up and bring the young master back to the ancestral grounds." Elder Long shouted. Bam! While Elder Long was distracted, a huge cauldron emitting a monstrous black aura sent Elder Long flying thousands of zhang away. Wisps of poison invaded Elder Long's body and corroded his life force. In just an instant, Elder Long's body withered, and he lost more than half of his life force. Roar! Elder Long roared. A dragon's shadow rushed out of the True Dragon divine whip in his hand and entered his body from the top of his head. Wisps of black aura immediately seeped out from his pores. The poison that invaded Elder Long's body was forced out by a powerful True Dragon power, but his skinny body couldn't recover. The True Dragon clan is only SOSO. Yen-Er did not continue to attack. She stood in the void and looked at Elder Long indifferently. "Just who are you? Why have you come to attack my True Dragon clan's ancestral ground?" Elder Long shouted angrily. "That's right. Fairy, who are you? What's your name? Where are you from?" Before Yen-Er could say anything, the True Dragon young master, who hadn't left yet, had already shouted, "Young master, let's go." The other two hurriedly pulled on the True Dragon young master, wanting to drag him away. Scram! The True Dragon young lord roared at the two of them. "You're quite an interesting fellow." Yen-Er glanced at the True Dragon young master and said with a smile, "Hee, in that case, I would like to invite you to the ancestral land of the True Dragon clan for a while. How about that?" The True Dragon young master said with a smile. "Sure." Yen-Er agreed without much thought. "Young master, she is an enemy." Elder Long could not hold it in any longer as he roared at the True Dragon young master. "Enemy? How could such a beautiful fairy be an enemy? There must be some misunderstanding." The True Dragon young master replied. "Young master." Elder Long was shocked and enraged at the same time. He was truly regretting his actions right now. To think that he would have raised the True Dragon young master to such a state. He did not have the disposition of a powerful being at all, and only knew how to play around all day long. If the True Dragon race were to be handed over to him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Elder Long seemed to have made up his mind as he charged at Yen. A powerful aura burst forth from his body, causing the void to tremble. A shadow of a dragon could be faintly seen on his body. Elder Long, what are you doing? Don't be rude to this fairy. She's my esteemed guest. The true dragon young master roared at Elder Long. Bring the young master back. Elder Long's face was expressionless as he gave the order to 2 of his race members. Yes, the 2 race members of the true dragon race acknowledged the order hurriedly. They then grabbed the true dragon young master and left quickly. Elder Long, how dare you go against your superiors? The true dragon young master roared out. Let go of me. The true dragon young master wanted to struggle. However, the 2 of them had a cultivation state of greater mastery quasi-sage. Compared to the true dragon young master, they were truly powerful beings. Soon, the voice of the true dragon young master could no longer be heard as he was brought back to the ancestral grounds of the true dragon race by the 2 of them. The true dragon race is about to decline. Yenna said, Humph, whether or not our race is declining is not something that you can decide. Elder Long said coldly, The Falling Stars continent is about to be conquered. Your true dragon race is no exception. Yen was not in a hurry to strike. Could it be you guys? As though he had thought of something, Elder Long could not help but be startled. Submitting is the only way out for the true dragon race, Yenna said. Preposterous. Elder Long was both shocked and enraged. He had already guessed the background of this person. To think that they would want to conquer the entire Falling Stars continent. I'll give you half a day to consider. Submit or become enemies. As Yenna said, her figure disappeared into the void. She had teleported out of this place. This, Elder Long was both shocked and enraged. However, there was nothing he could do. He had already received news that someone was attacking the Falling Stars continent. They wanted to conquer this great continent that even the unaging demon child could not truly conquer. The unaging demon child was the ruler of the Falling Stars continent in name. However, some of the ancient legacies did not give the unaging demon child any face. As such, the true dragon race had never taken the unaging demon child's order seriously. Looks like I'll have to wake up the elders. Elder Long knew that this wasn't something that he could decide. He could only ask the elders to help him. After pondering for a while, Elder Long put away the true dragon whip in his hand and turned around to walk into the ancestral grounds of the true dragon race. Soon, a melodious bell rang out in the ancestral grounds of the true dragon race. The sound of the bell contained a kind of power of the great path. Not only did it spread throughout the entire ancestral land of the True Dragon Clan, but it even spread out from the ancestral land of the True Dragon Clan. It lingered in the world for a long time. Just as the True Dragon race was about to make a move, Gufei's side had also begun. He directly charged into the ancestral grounds of the demon race, causing the place to fall into chaos. Roar! A cheetah the size of a small mountain rushed out of the ancestral grounds of the demon race. Its murderous intent was shocking. It opened its mouth, wanting to swallow Gufei whole. Gufei threw a punch, directly turning the cheetah into a bloody mist. Its body and soul were both destroyed. Who dares to invade my race? Are you looking to die? Chapter 2375. The ancestral ground of the demon race was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Peerless experts of the demon race presided over the place. 2 divine beasts and a divine bird charged out as soon as Gufei made his move. However, the hill-sized Qilin that had charged out first was blasted into a bloody mist by Gufei's punch in just a single exchange. When the 5-colored divine bird flew out, it was so shocked by what it saw that it almost fell out of the sky. Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously in the ancestral ground of the demon race? Do you want to die? The divine bird spoke in the human language as it stared at Gufei below. A 5-colored demonic light rose from its body, as if a 5-colored sun had appeared in the world. Humph! Call the undying demonic child out if you don't want to die. Gu Fei stood proudly on the peak of the mountain. As the wind blew on his clothes, he gave off an aura of returning to his natural state, as if he was immortal without any cultivation. If it wasn't for the fact that the divine bird in the sky had personally witnessed Gu Fei annihilating the incomparably powerful Qilin with a single punch, it wouldn't have believed that such a human could kill a powerful divine beast. What? You dare call my sacred lord that? The divine bird was both shocked and furious. This human was most likely a powerful existence on the same level as the sacred lord. Otherwise, why would he dare to come here? One had to know that this was the ancestral ground of the demon race. The ancestral ground of the demon race was definitely a forbidden ground for the major forces of the entire Starfall continent. This was because this was the ancestral ground of the strongest force on the continent. Ever since the undying demonic child unified the entire Starfall continent, no one had dared to attack the ancestral ground of the demon race. However, someone had actually come here today. The ancestral ground of the demon race was protected by an ancient formation of the demon race. Even an Empyrean saint might not be able to break into the ancestral ground. This human had overestimated himself. Gu Fei ran out of patience as the multicolored divine bird pondered. He disappeared from the top of the mountain and reappeared in the next moment. He was high up in the sky, above the multicolored divine bird, and landed on its back. What? The 5-colored sacred bird was so shocked that it almost fainted from fright. Don't kill me. The 5-colored divine bird was terrified to the extreme. Only now did it truly realize just how powerful and terrifying this human was. Although the multicolored bird was powerful, it was completely powerless in front of Gu Fei. It was as weak as an ant. Who are you? At this moment, an angry roar rang out from the ancestral grounds of the demon clan. A black-haired, middle-aged man walked out from the ancestral grounds of the demon clan. He took a few steps and arrived high up in the sky. Yes. When Gu Fei saw this middle-aged man, he couldn't help being surprised. This middle-aged man wasn't a demon, but a human. Furthermore, he was an ancient saint. As a human, why are you in the ancestral land of the demon race? Gu Fei asked. I'm the sworn brother of the demon race's holy lord. Why do you think I'm in the demon race's ancestral land? The middle-aged man said. Oh. Gu Fei couldn't help being startled when he heard this. This person was actually the unaging demon child's sworn brother. All right, I don't care who you are. I just want to know if the demon race will surrender or fight. Gu Fei was very straightforward. What? The sworn brother of the unaging demon child was shocked. This human actually wanted to conquer the demon race of the Falling Stars continent? Was that even possible? Since it wasn't easy for you to cultivate, you should leave. I don't want to kill you. The middle-aged man stared at Gu Fei and said coldly, Mr. Wu, save me. The 5-colored divine bird under Gu Fei's feet begged the middle-aged man for help. Mr. Wu. Gu Fei's eyes flickered as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. You're not an ancient saint, so you're no match for me. Mr. Wu said. Is that so? Gu Fei smiled and said, I'm not sure how strong you are compared to Heavenly Monarch Ziyang and Supremacy, South Heaven. What? Could it be that you? Mr. Wu couldn't help but be startled. One should know that Heavenly Emperor Ziyang and the South Heaven Supremacy were 2 of the 3 overlords of the Tongue-Long continent. Mr. Wu knew that he was no match for the 3 overlords. If his cultivation was stronger than the unaging demon child, he would have become the master of the Falling Stars continent long ago. You better call the unaging demon child out. Gu Fei stood on the back of the 5-colored divine bird and said indifferently, My brother is not here. It seems like you've made a wasted trip. Mr. Wu said, Is that so? Can you tell me where the unaging demon child is now? Gu Fei looked at Mr. Wu with a faint smile and said, "Humph, there's no harm in telling you. He's at the heavens horizon." Mr. Wu sneered and said, although he was the sworn brother of the unaging demon child, the reason why he became sworn brothers with the unaging demon child was because of benefits, not because of some **T loyalty. In the eyes of an existence of this level, the most important thing was his own benefits. Heaven's horizon, what kind of place is that? Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but ponder. You haven't even heard of Heaven's horizon? Mr. Wu was very surprised. At this moment, the news of the invasion of a powerful enemy had alarmed all the experts in the demon clan's ancestral land. Powerful figures rushed out from the ancestral land of the demon clan. The originally peaceful ancestral land of the demon clan was suddenly filled with demonic aura. When these demons saw Gu Fei standing on the back of the 5-colored divine bird, and the 5-colored divine bird was trembling, not daring to move, they were all shocked. One should know that the 5-colored divine bird was an extremely powerful divine bird. Such a powerful divine bird was actually being stepped on by a human, and it didn't dare to resist. Could it be that this human was a peerless, powerful being? Should I know about this place? Gu Fei asked. This was the first time he heard of the name Heaven's Horizon. Heaven's Horizon, one of the 3 forbidden areas of the God Down Sea. You actually don't know about it. I know you are an outsider. Could it be that you are a saint of the Tongue Long continent? Mr. Wu suddenly came to a realization. He looked at Gu Fei in disbelief, as if he wanted to see through Gu Fei inside and out. Gu Fei looked at Mr. Wu deeply, then said to the 5-colored divine bird, "Let's go. Take me to Heaven's horizon." You, what did you say? The 5-colored divine bird was so shocked that it stuttered. It was not the ageless demon child. Heaven's horizon was an extremely evil place. Only those who entered could enter, but not leave. Take me to Heaven's horizon and you won't have to die. Gu Fei said, "But if we go to Heaven's horizon, I won't be able to live even without your help." The 5-colored divine bird said, "Humph, if you don't take me there, you won't be able to live now." Gu Fei's voice became cold, and killing intent surged from his body. Fine. Chapter 2376. Heaven's horizon was known as one of the 3 forbidden areas in the God Down Sea, but now there were only 2 forbidden areas left. The island of life no longer existed. A blood-colored cliff that was as tall as the sky towered above the sea. Bloody mist lingered above it, and a fishy wind whistled through the air. However, the strange thing was that the sea around the cliff was strangely calm. The fishy wind on the cliff did not seem to be blowing from the cliff. At this time, Gu Fei was riding the 5-colored divine bird toward the Heaven's horizon. On the way to Heaven's horizon, Gu Fei had already sent a telepathic message to Yen, telling her to command the troops from the Xiang continent and the Haoyue continent. She was to halt all operations and wait for his return. As a result, the troops from the Haoyue continent and the Xiang continent gathered together and set up camp near the Void Realm Gate. At this moment, more than half of the Starfall continent had been conquered by the 2 continents. Both sides had suffered countless casualties, and those who survived were the strongest of the strongest. In fact, this was also a method of training soldiers. Only soldiers who had truly experienced great battles and survived would be the strongest soldiers. It had to be said that the experts from the Starfall continent were truly outstanding. The 2 continents under Gu Fei's command suffered great losses, with many nobles falling. Even Zhuge Liang, one of the 12 bandits, was injured. Half of his body was burned by a 5-colored peacock's innate 5 elemental true fire. Of course, at Zhuge Liang's level of cultivation, it was not difficult to regenerate flesh and blood. However, the innate 5 elemental true fire could restrain his 5 elemental fan. "Boss, why are you in such a sorry state?" The other bandits were shocked to see Zhuge Liang retreat in defeat. One should know that Zhuge was almost a saint. In fact, Zhuge and the Red Dragon were already qualified to break through to the saint level. However, they were not in a hurry. They still needed to consolidate their foundations. Triggering a saint's heavenly tribulation was too important. If they were not careful, their bodies and souls would be destroyed. They would not attempt it unless they were confident that they could pass the saint's heavenly tribulation. I encountered a powerful feathered beast. Zhuge didn't want to say much, so he found a place to recuperate in seclusion. The other bandits were all incomparably shocked. A divine bird that could injure Zhuge, could it be a sacred bird? Otherwise, how could it possibly injure Boss Zhuge? However, Yen-Er was stationed near the Void Realm Gate, so no powerful beings dared to invade her. Even some holy grade beings were wary of her. At this time, all the powerful races on the Falling Star continent knew that there was an invasion from another continent. After asking around, all the races were shocked to the extreme. The factions that suddenly attacked the Falling Star region were actually the Purple Sun region and the Vast Moon region. 2 continents from the outer seas had joined forces to attack the Falling Star continent. This kind of thing had never happened before because the rulers of the 3 continents knew that if one of the continents and the other suffered heavy losses, the remaining continent would be able to unify the outer seas. It was also because of this that the rulers of the 3 continents had always lived in harmony and did not want to have any conflicts. But now, the Purple Sun region and the Vast Moon region actually joined hands to attack the Falling Stars region. How could this not shock the various clans of the entire Falling Stars region to the extreme? However, at this time the immortal demon child had gone to the heavens horizon. Just when the dragons were without a leader, the people attacking the Falling Star region suddenly stopped, and they even retreated to some regions. This baffled everyone. Soon, news spread that the leader of these invaders had gone to find the immortal demon child. Could it be that these people want to conquer the entire Falling Star region? Someone said something like that. Just when the various clans of the Falling Star region were on guard against a great enemy, Gu Fei rode the 5-colored divine bird and arrived at the heavens horizon. The 5-colored divine bird's flying speed was extremely fast. With a flap of its wings, it traversed 1,000 miles in an instant. Even so, it still took several hours to arrive at the heavens horizon. What's going on? Gu Fei rode the 5-colored divine bird and came to a stop high up in the sky. He looked at the towering, blood-colored cliff in front of him, only to see a bloody mist permeating the air. A heart-palpitating aura was emanating from the cliff. Vaguely, Gu Fei seemed to see an incomparably huge blood-colored figure appearing in the void, as if there was an ancient heavenly beast lurking in front of him. This little demon shall not accompany you in, the 5-colored divine bird said to Gu Fei carefully. It knew that if the other party wanted to kill it, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. This human was simply too frightening. Let's go. Gu Fei left the 5-colored divine bird and walked in the void. With every step he took, he would appear 1,000 miles away. The 5-colored divine bird, looked at this scene in utter shock. This human's speed was even scarier than its own. Could this human really have the strength to fight against a holy master? The 5-colored divine bird could not help but break out in a cold sweat. It then turned around and flew off without even looking back. The heavens horizon was a horrifying place. No one knew just how tall the blood-colored cliff was. It was so gigantic that even Gu Fei's consciousness could only cover a small portion of it. Even though the cliff looked really close, Gu Fei took more than 2 hours to walk to a distance that was less than 10,000 miles away from the blood-colored cliff. By the time Gu Fei got closer, a blood rain was pouring down from the blood-colored cliff. A sinister wind was howling as though some sort of demonic beast was rushing out of the cliff. The strange thing was that the surface of the sea was as calm as a mirror despite the sinister wind blowing. There wasn't a single ripple at all. A foul stench came from up ahead. Gu Fei was taken aback. Could this blood rain truly be formed from the essence blood of a living being? Otherwise, how could there be such a heavy stench of blood? Gu Fei looked at the surface of the sea carefully. To his surprise, there was something moving beneath the calm surface of the sea. Opening his martial Tao heavenly eye, he was instantly dumbfounded by what he saw. Beneath the surface of the sea, there were countless skeletons rolling about. It was as though countless vengeful souls had been sealed within this region of the sea. Countless living beings have perished here in the past. Gu Fei muttered to himself. The surface of the sea was calm, but there were countless skeletons rolling about. Gu Fei felt that the heaven's horizon wasn't as simple as it seemed. Why did the unold demon child want to come to a place as dangerous as the heaven's horizon? Boom! Boom! Suddenly, thunder boomed. Within the blood-colored clouds above the blood-colored cliff, streaks of blood-colored lightning were wreaking havoc. An aura that caused even Gu Fei's heart to palpitate spread out from the heaven's horizon. Demon. Chapter 2377. There's a demonic nature here. Gu Fei tried to sense the demonic nature, but he soon realized that he couldn't pinpoint the source of the demonic nature. It was as if the demonic nature had appeared out of thin air. Gu Fei walked towards heaven's horizon. As he approached, the demonic nature emitted from heaven's horizon grew even more intense, as if a peerless demon had been alerted by Gu Fei. Could this be a burial ground for demons? Very soon, Gu Fei arrived at the bottom of the bloody cliff. Only now did he realize that there were many holes on the bloody cliff. These holes were definitely dug by humans. That was because there were stone coffins in those holes. Someone's raising demons. A cold light flashed in Gu Fei's eyes. Obviously, someone was aware of the demonic nature of heaven's horizon. Hence, many living beings were buried here and many caves were dug. Gu Fei directly ascended into the sky. Just as he reached a height of 10,000 zhang, a stone coffin in a cave on the cliff suddenly exploded. A figure shrouded in black qi rushed out of the blown-up sarcophagus. An extremely powerful demonic aura erupted from the black figure. It really became a demon. Gu Fei was shocked. Although he knew that someone was using the demonic nature of heaven's horizon to raise demons, not just any living being could become a demon. Moreover, if the person who raised the demon buried a corpse in the cave, then even if the corpse underwent demonic transformation, it would only become a demonic corpse without any consciousness and only knew how to kill. Roar! The demonic figure let out a roar and pounced towards Gu Fei. At this time, the sky was still raining blood, and blood-colored lightning bloomed in the sky. Bang! Gu Fei casually threw a punch, and the demonic shadow that was pouncing at him immediately exploded. It was punched into a cloud of black mist and dissipated in the rain of blood. He continued to fly upwards. On the bloody cliff, more and more stone coffins exploded, and demonic creatures rushed out, pouncing towards Gu Fei. However, they were all smashed to pieces by Gu Fei's punch. However, Gu Fei discovered that the higher he went, the older the stone coffins became, and the demonic creatures that rushed out from them became stronger. Roar! When Gu Fei reached a height of 90,000 zhang, an ancient stone coffin exploded with a deafening roar. Immediately, demonic energy surged into the sky. An extremely powerful demonic energy burst out, dispersing the blood clouds around the cliff. Gu Fei's body trembled as he looked at Gu Fei. Gu Fei's body trembled as he looked at Gu Fei. 2 spots of blood light were faintly discernible in the demonic qi. This demonic creature was very strong, at least at the half-step saint level. The terrifying demonic might cause the void to tremble. However, what really shocked Gu Fei was that he sensed a faint wave of divine will coming from the demonic qi. This, he couldn't help but be moved. This demonic creature was not simple. After so many years, it actually developed a trace of spiritual wisdom, which was far from being comparable to ordinary demonic creatures. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew out from the cave, and then the demonic creature did not directly pounce towards Gu Fei. Instead, it opened its mouth and spat out a ball of demonic fire, burning towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He still threw out a punch, and the powerful martial arts force directly dispersed the demonic fire. The remaining power did not dissipate, and even shook the demonic creature into the cave. Who set all this up? Gu Fei muttered to himself. Could it be the unold demon child's doing? If the unold demon child really came to this place, then he would also alarm the demonic creatures on the blood cliff. Now, it seemed that the unold demon child might not have come to Heaven's horizon. Perhaps he had a way to not alarm the demonic creatures in the cave. Roar! The demonic creature that was sent flying into the cave by Gu Fei's punch roared and rushed out of the cave again. This time, Gu Fei directly threw out the sky-covering palm, directly smashing the demonic creature into a ball of blood mist, and then continued to fly upwards. However, Heaven's horizon seemed to have no end. The higher he went, the stronger the demonic nature, and the more powerful the demonic creatures he encountered, which made Gu Fei inexplicably shocked. The higher he went, the fewer caves there were on the rock walls. However, the demonic creatures that rushed out of the stone coffins were also becoming more and more terrifying. A blood corpse was the best among demonic creatures. It turned into a blood fiend and breathed out blood-colored demonic energy, fighting relentlessly against Gu Fei. In the end, Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the void character, to slay the blood fiend. After killing the blood fiend, Gu Fei didn't stop and rushed straight up. Even when the stone coffins exploded and terrifying demonic creatures rushed out, he didn't care. He possessed the world's fastest speed, so these demonic creatures couldn't catch up to him. In the end, he actually rushed out of the starry sky and arrived at the end of Heaven's horizon. At the end of Heaven's horizon was a scene that left Gu Fei in disbelief. The blood cliff was so tall that it towered above the starry sky. At the end of Heaven's horizon was a boundless, blood-colored land. An ancient bronze coffin sat there all by itself, and a tiny figure sat cross-legged beside it. The figure next to the coffin was the unold demon child. I didn't expect you to come too. The unaging demon child, who was sitting cross-legged beside the ancient bronze coffin, suddenly opened his eyes and spoke. This is the demonic origin. Gu Fei looked at the coffin and said, the demonic origin he mentioned was the source of demonic nature. He never would have thought that the source of demonic nature in Heaven's horizon was actually an ancient bronze coffin. Are you interested in opening this coffin with me? The unold demon child stood up from the ground and looked at Gu Fei calmly. What do you want? Gu Fei stared at the unold demon child and said, this ancient bronze coffin was actually the source of Heaven's horizon's devilish nature. One could imagine that the thing inside the ancient bronze coffin was absolutely extraordinary. This unaging demon child actually wanted to open the coffin. Could it be that he wanted to release the terrifying devil inside? I don't want to do anything. The main reason why this place is called a dangerous place is because of this ancient bronze coffin. I want to see what's inside, the unold demon child said, and a strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. Since you know, why do you still want to release the demonic creatures inside? Gu Fei said. He stared at the unold demon child and emitted a powerful battle intent. Humph, no matter how powerful you are, you can't beat me here. The unold demon child's voice became cold. Is that so? We'll only know after we fight. Chapter 2378. On Heaven's horizon, Gu Fei approached the unold demon child step by step. With every step he took, his aura grew stronger. When he took 9 steps, the void around him began to tremble. This place, at this moment, Gu Fei suddenly felt that something was amiss. Boom! Right at that moment, a large hand slammed towards him from the front, directly blasting him 10,000 meters away. If it weren't for his Saint King grade martial body being incomparably tough, he would have been smashed to pieces long ago. You only realized it now. It's a little too late. The unold demon child's voice sounded in front of Gu Fei. He was like a shadow, instantly approaching Gu Fei and slapping at Gu Fei again. Roar! Gu Fei roared angrily. 9 chaotic Tao patterns rushed out from his chaotic martial body. In an instant, he undid the seal on his body. Bang! At the moment when Gu Fei undid the seal, a small, jade-like palm had already slapped his chest. The powerful force caused his chest to collapse, and he was sent flying again. This was the powerful force of a demon Venerable. Even though Gu Fei had a Saint Ruler chaotic martial body, he was still injured. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of Gu Fei's mouth. You already knew this place. Gu Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared coldly at the unold demon child. That's right. Do you think anyone can reach heaven's horizon? The unold demon child said. It turned out that heaven's horizon was not a place where demons were buried. In the distant past, a chaotic divine demon had fallen here, and its demonic blood had dyed heaven's horizon red. That chaotic divine demon was extremely powerful. Even though it had died countless years ago, its power of laws still affected heaven's horizon. Even the power of heaven's wrath could not descend. You're only a puny Saint Ruler. So what if you're the successor of the martial ancestor? You're nothing before me. The unaging monster child said proudly. Who was he? He was the monster sovereign, the ruler of the Starfall continent. Although Gu Fei was the successor of the martial ancestor, he was still only a Saint Ruler. After all, there was a difference of a few small realms between a holy king and a venerable. The division of strength above the sage level was still very obvious in the cultivation world. Above the sage king was the sage emperor, and above the sage emperor was the advanced sage realm. Only those who had surpassed the advanced sage realm could be called the venerable among the sages. After reaching the saint level, every small realm advancement was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, and every small realm advancement would raise one's strength to a whole new level. If a sage king went up against a sage emperor, he would only end up being crushed. If it had been an ordinary sage ruler, his body and soul would have been destroyed by the unaging demon child's 2 palms. Is the venerable very strong? Gu Fei said disdainfully. At this moment, his chest, which had caved in after being hit by the unaging demon child, was instantly healed, as if he had never been injured. On the divine island of life, if it weren't for your mountain and river cauldron, you would have died many times over. Demonic runes appeared in the unaging demon child's eyes. Let's talk about it when you can really kill me. Gu Fei was very calm. Against a venerable, an extreme Tao sacred weapon might not be useful. His opponent would not just stand there and let him kill him with an extreme Tao sacred weapon. The reason why he was able to put Supremacy South Heaven and Supremacy Ziyang into the mountain and river cauldron was partly due to luck. If that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. The unaging demon child said as he continued to attack. Water vapor surged, and a huge water-blue dragon charged out from the unaging demon child's body, pouncing at Gu Fei. Water elemental power. Gu Fei moved his feet, displaying his extreme speed of 8 steps, and instantly dodged the attack. Roar! The water dragon roared as if it had a life of its own. It chased after Gu Fei, its murderous aura soaring into the sky. Gu Fei snorted coldly and threw a punch at the incoming water dragon. The moment he punched, streams of chaotic Tao runes appeared on his fist, and a powerful chaotic force erupted. Boom! Gu Fei pressed forward, clashing directly with the unaging demon child. The powerful chaotic force blasted the head of the water dragon that was pouncing at him. The violent force swept out in all directions, causing the void to tremble. What's going on? At this moment, although Gu Fei was sent flying again, He carefully realized that both his power and the unaging demon child's power were gathering towards the ancient bronze coffin. On the ancient bronze coffin, some ancient runes appeared faintly. Again, the unaging demon child instantly pressed forward. With just one step, it had already caught up with Gu Fei, who was flying backward. It stretched out its hand, and a blue hand broke through the void, slapping towards Gu Fei. An extremely powerful force spread out from the blue hand, and countless blue Dao runes appeared on the hand, triggering the power of the great path of the Venerable level. Rumble, a large area of the void collapsed and was annihilated by the blue hand. It was like a hand of destruction that emitted terrifying destructive power. Under the giant hand, everything ceased to exist. As the giant hand slapped down, Gu Fei only felt that his body was about to be torn apart. Even someone as strong as the chaotic martial body felt like it was about to collapse at this moment. Preposterous! Gu Fei's body was surrounded by chaotic Dao runes. 9 primordial Dao runes emerged from his martial body, intertwining with the power of a sage king. However, such power was still unable to resist the unaging demon child's power of the great path of the Venerable level. Streaks of blood appeared on Gu Fei's body, and he was about to collapse. Roar! Gu Fei roared, and his long hair danced in the wind. His eyes emitted a sharp gaze that was like 2 divine swords, and an illusion of an ancient cauldron emerged from his body. Buzz! The void trembled, and as soon as the illusion of the ancient cauldron appeared, the blue hand that slapped down from the sky was immediately shaken off and dissipated in the void. The blue hand that dissipated turned into specks of spiritual light and then gathered towards the ancient bronze coffin, which silently devoured them. Could it be that the thing inside is still alive? The unaging demon child muttered to himself. He stared at the ancient bronze coffin in the distance, and the expression on his face kept changing. The mountain and river cauldron is indeed the supreme sage artifact with the strongest defense in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The unaging demon child's attention was focused on Gu Fei again. He couldn't help but be moved when he saw the disappearing illusion of the ancient cauldron on Gu Fei's body. It was just an illusion, but it already had the power of a Venerable level. With the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, this guy was already in an invincible position. Thinking of this, the unaging demon child's expression became a little ugly. You can't kill me yet. Chapter 2379. You're too arrogant. The unold demon child looked at Gu Fei with a glint in his eyes. A powerful holy venerable aura erupted from his body, causing the entire world to become unstable. Heaven's horizon was a very special place. Here, the natural laws of heaven and earth were formed. Even the power of heaven's wrath could not descend upon this place. The 3 great forbidden lands of the outer seas were forbidden lands that no living creatures dared to approach. Not many could walk out of such a place alive. Someone was raising demons at heaven's horizon. Those powerful demonic creatures were nothing to Gu Fei, but they were definitely a nightmare for ordinary cultivators. Most importantly, the demonic nature of heaven's horizon could demonize living creatures. Even the most powerful of living creatures would face the danger of chi deviation if they stayed here for too long. There was also the bronze coffin at the top of heaven's horizon, which made Gu Fei feel even weirder. The coffin could actually devour his and the unold demon child's powers. I'm not being arrogant, but you're too weak. Gu Fei was very domineering. Even when facing venerables, this was a manifestation of his invincible confidence. Who cared about venerables? As long as he was invincible, he would be fearless. Kid, I suddenly don't want to kill you anymore. I want to refine you into my war pet. The unold demon child looked at Gu Fei and suddenly grinned. Its white teeth seemed to be glowing. War pet. Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Not many people can be trained into battle pets by me. You should be proud of yourself. The unold demon child looked at Gu Fei and said, "Is that so? Then do you want me to kneel and beg you to refine me into a war pet?" Gu Fei said coldly, "Humph! I'll let you witness the power of my war pet." The unold demon child reached out his right hand and drew a line in the air in front of his chest. A void passage immediately appeared in the air. Then 3 figures walked out from the void passage. After the 3 figures walked out of the void passage immediately closed. This is when Gu Fei saw the 3 figures, his pupils involuntarily shrank. 3 strange beasts walked out of the void tunnel. These 3 strange beasts were not ordinary beasts. They were all untainted remnant species: the red Qilin, the 3-headed flood dragon, and the black water mystical serpent. These 3 surviving species of the untainted land were extremely powerful. They were all ferocious beasts above the saint level. In particular, the scarlet Qilin's bloodlust soared into the sky. A murderous aura that could change the color of heaven and earth emanated from the body of this ferocious beast. "This is your battle pet." Gu Fei was very shocked. These were all powerful beings that could become overlords of a region. "That's right, let them play with you." The unold demon child said, "Humph, then I'll let you experience the power of my indestructible war body." As Gu Fei spoke, he also opened up his inner world. A figure walked out from his inner world, and an extremely powerful aura emanated from the figure. What? The unold demon child could not help but be surprised when he sensed the powerful aura coming from the figure. He knew why the opponent called this indestructible war body. This indestructible war body actually contained immortal divinity. "This indestructible war body is mine." The unold demon child ordered the 3 untainted beasts. The 3 untainted beasts immediately pounced on the indestructible war body. The scarlet Qilin and the 3-headed flood dragon charged at Gu Fei, while the Blackwater mystical serpent faced off against Gu Fei's indestructible war body. The huge serpent's body was like a mountain, crushing down on the indestructible war body. Bang! Gu Fei slapped the 3-headed flood dragon away, and then collided with the scarlet Qilin. Both sides were pushed back by the other's strength. Although they are battle pets, they still have their own consciousness, apart from listening to my commands. The unold demon child said. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. The battle pet was extraordinary. To a certain extent, although it had lost its freedom, it wasn't a real puppet. The 2 untainted beasts blocked Gu Fei's path and attacked Gu Fei. Boom! The scarlet Qilin opened its mouth and spat out a crimson divine flame, burning towards Gu Fei. Under the scorching heat of the divine flame, the void was silently annihilated. Gu Fei ignored the divine flame and rushed into the sea of fire. He passed through the divine flame and arrived above the scarlet Qilin. He then stomped down on the scarlet Qilin's head. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared under Gu Fei's feet like black lightning. A terrifying destructive power surged out from his feet. 8 steps, 8 kills. Gu Fei used the 8 kill steps. Bang! The scarlet Qilin was stomped down from the sky by Gu Fei's foot, smashing heavily into the blood-colored ground. The blood-colored ground was actually extremely hard. When the scarlet Qilin smashed into it, it didn't even leave a mark. This shocked Gu Fei. Could it be that the scarlet cliff contained an immortal demonic nature? The demonic nature of the demon ancestor, born from the chaos, was immortal. At that moment, Gu Fei's indestructible battle body grabbed the Blackwater mystical snake's tail with one hand and swung the enormous Blackwater mystical snake into the air, smashing it into the ground. Gu Fei was no stranger to the Blackwater mystical snake. Back in the icy azure pool of Taishan Mountain, he had encountered a Blackwater mystical snake. However, that Blackwater mystical snake had only been a young snake, while this one was definitely an adult Blackwater mystical snake. They could not be compared at all. The power of an adult Blackwater mystical snake was undeniable. However, it was a pity that this adult Blackwater mystical snake had encountered Gu Fei's indestructible battle body. The indestructible battle body contained immortal divinity. No matter how injured the Blackwater mystical snake was, even if it was smashed to pieces, it would be able to reform its body immediately. It could be said that ordinary methods would not be able to kill the indestructible battle body. As such, this Blackwater mystical snake was doomed. This indestructible battle body is really not bad. The unold demon child looked at Gu Fei's indestructible battle body, his eyes shining. Kill! Gu Fei's indestructible battle body roared and rushed down from the sky. As he waved his hands, 2 golden blades of light shot out towards the Blackwater mystical snake below. The Blackwater mystical serpent sensed the danger. It roared, and its gigantic body quickly shrunk. The 2 blades of light missed its target. Swoosh! The Blackwater mystical snake became several feet long. Like a black demonic arrow, it pierced through the air and shot towards Gu Fei's indestructible battle body. Chapter 2380. An adult Blackwater mystical serpent was extremely powerful and was said to be able to devour ancient deities. Among the 3 battle pets of the unaging demon child, there was actually an adult Blackwater mystical serpent. This made Gu Fei's heart shiver. This Blackwater mystical snake was definitely a sacred level being. Even though it had become the ageless monster's battle pet, it still retained its greatest strength. Swish! The Blackwater mystical snake shrunk to a few feet long. Like a black demonic arrow, it pierced through the air and shot towards Gu Fei's indestructible body. Gu Fei's indestructible body didn't have time to react. The Blackwater mystical snake pierced through his chest, and a beam of black light went through the indestructible body's back. The indestructible war body contained the immortal divinity, which was a killing tool known as indestructible. It was peerlessly powerful. Although the Blackwater mystical serpent had pierced a big hole in his chest, that big hole was rapidly shrinking and eventually disappeared as if that big hole had never appeared. It really is the indestructible body. The ageless monster exclaimed. The Blackwater mystical snake was his battle pet. No one knew better than him how powerful and terrifying the Blackwater mystical snake was. The Blackwater mystical snake's venom could even kill a sacred level being. However, even though the Blackwater mystical snake had pierced through Gu Fei's indestructible body, it didn't care about the snake's venom at all. Swish! After the Darkwater mystical serpent pierced through the indestructible body, it made a turn in the air and flew back, continuing to shoot towards the indestructible martial body. This time, the indestructible war body was prepared. His right hand slapped at the Blackwater mystical snake, and his entire palm turned golden. The Blackwater mystical snake was knocked away by the indestructible body's palm. When the indestructible body's palm collided with the Blackwater mystical snake, a metallic sound was heard. At this moment, a black mist rushed out of the Blackwater mystical snake's body. Then, a silhouette emerged from the black mist. A young man in black armor walked out of the black mist. The Blackwater mystical snake had turned into a human. The dangerous aura it emitted was even more intense. At the sacred level, any living being could turn into other things. It wasn't difficult for the Blackwater mystical snake to turn into a human. Bang! The void trembled. Gu Fei's indestructible battle body didn't hesitate and directly used the 5-element fist. It conjured the 5-element battle domain and pulled the black-robed youth into it. What? The unaging demon child was shocked. He never imagined that Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique could unleash such a powerful divine ability. By this time, the Scarlet Qilin and the 3-headed Dragon Emperor had already been beaten to a pulp by Gu Fei. The Scarlet Qilin's Qilin horn had already been broken by Gu Fei's punch, and one of the 3-headed Dragon Emperor's head had been exploded by Gu Fei's kick. Useless thing. The unold demon child charged directly at Gu Fei. His powerful saint venerate aura spread out in all directions. 9 water blue Tao patterns appeared on his body and turned into 9 divine halos that circled around him. The Qi Qilin and the 3-headed dragon emperor hurriedly retreated. They knew that the other party had already shown them mercy. Otherwise, they would have long been killed by this human. Don't waste your energy. You don't have the qualifications to make me your war pet. Gu Fei was very calm because he had the mountain and river cauldron to protect him. Even if the cauldron had not awakened, it was still not something that the annulled demon child could contend against. How would you know if you don't try? The annulled demon child smiled. Then bring it on. Gu Fei stared at the annulled demon child, who was walking towards him step by step. Chaotic aura surged around his body, and 9 chaotic Tao patterns appeared on his body, activating the powerful Tao power of a Saint King. You actually cultivate the great Tao of chaos, the annulled demon child said. Your great Tao of water is not bad either. Gu Fei said there were 3,000 great Taos, and all of them could become saints. However, there were not many people who could truly cultivate a great Tao to the extreme level. Take this. The unaging demon child flipped his right hand, and a large blue seal immediately appeared in his hand. An extremely powerful undulation of water elemental energy was emitted from the seal, and the silhouette of a black tortoise could be vaguely seen on the seal. The black tortoise seal. Gu Fei could not help but be moved when he saw the seal in the annulled demon child's hand. You have a good eye. The annulled demon child did not deny it. It really is the black tortoise seal. Gu Fei was shocked again. The black tortoise seal was a sacred item that was famous even in ancient times. Legend had it that it was an emperor-level saint weapon refined by the black tortoise, a demonic emperor. A demonic emperor was not just an ordinary emperor, but an invincible existence that could contend with a human emperor. Apart from supremes, the only existences that were stronger than saints were the invincible existences at the ultimate emperor level. The imperial path was also a type of extreme Tao, a type of extreme power. Therefore, existences like human emperors were usually referred to as ultimate emperor-level existences in the distant past. The black tortoise seal was just an abbreviation. The real name of the black tortoise seal should be the ultimate emperor black tortoise seal. Gu Fei did not say anything else. He flipped his right hand, and a bronze mace appeared in his hand. This was a bronze mace that was covered in a coppery green color. An incomparably ancient aura emanated from the bronze truncheon. This is the annulled demon child was about to attack, but when he saw the bronze mace in Gu Fei's hand, he could not help but stop and stare at the bronze mace in Gu Fei's hand. An emperor-level weapon. The annulled demon child's eyes shone brightly. Although the bronze mace in his opponent's hand was restrained, he could still sense an obscure emperor-level power from it. Only an invincible ultimate emperor realm expert could cultivate ultimate emperor-level power. The human emperor was definitely one of the most powerful existences in the world. Come on. As he spoke, Gu Fei directly waved the bronze mace in his hand and smashed it towards the annulled demon child. Seeing Gu Fei attack with the emperor-level weapon, even a Saint Venerable of the demon clan like the annulled demon child could not help but change his expression. It should be known that even a Saint Venerable of the demon clan would be killed by this bronze mace. The annulled demon child did not dare to be negligent. He immediately took out the black tortoise seal. A blue-black tortoise shadow immediately rushed out from the black tortoise seal and met the incoming bronze mace. BZZZ. The bronze mace and the black tortoise shadow collided. The void let out a deafening sound, and the entire void began to tremble like water waves. At that moment, Gu Fei only felt a strong force coming from the bronze mace, and he could not help but fly backwards. Boom! Chapter 2381. The clash between the Renhuang weapon and the black tortoise seal seemed to be evenly matched. but Gu Fei knew very well that his opponent's cultivation level was much higher than his. Even with the Emperor Divine Mace, he was not his opponent's opponent unless he could improve his cultivation level and break through to the Saint Emperor realm. However, Gu Fei could not break through to the Saint Emperor realm at this point in time. If it weren't for the protection of the cauldron of mountains and rivers, you wouldn't even have the right to fight me. The unold monster child was very aggressive. He held the black tortoise seal in his hand and pressed towards Gu Fei. With every step he took, runes appeared under his feet. The ground shrank to an inch. Is that so? Gu Fei did not care. Although the Saint Venerables of the monster race were powerful, his chaotic martial body was not to be trifled with. Even without the protection of the cauldron of mountains and rivers, it would not be easy for the unold monster child to kill him. Submitting to me is a great fortune for you. The unold monster child pressed forward. A figure appeared around the seal in his right hand, and an extremely powerful ultimate emperor power was awakening on the seal. Submitting to me is also a great fortune for you. Gu Fei said tit for tat. You don't know what's good for you. The unold monster child shook his head. His expression darkened, and an extremely dangerous aura emanated from his body. Buzz. The black tortoise seal in the unold monster child's hand vibrated. An ultimate emperor power rushed out of the seal, turning into several heavenly swords that slashed towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei swung the bronze mace in his hand, directly smashing the blue sword light. Afterwards, his right hand that held the Emperor Divine Mace trembled slightly. The ultimate Emperor power had almost knocked the Emperor Divine Mace out of his hand. Die! The unold monster child roared. The black tortoise seal in his hand immediately flew into the air, turning into a huge seal that was as large as a mountain, pressing down on Gu Fei. Streaks of ultimate Emperor nomological laws surged out of the seal, then began to descend downwards. Powerful ultimate Emperor nomological laws sealed off the surrounding space. Roar! Gu Fei roared, and then he waved the Emperor Divine Mace in his hand and smashed it upward. As if it had been stimulated by the power of the black tortoise seal, profound ultimate Emperor Tao patterns began to appear on the mortal Emperor Divine Mace, and a powerful wave of ultimate Emperor power began to radiate from the mortal Emperor Divine Mace. Buzz! The human Emperor Divine Mace vibrated, and a golden light spread out from it, blocking the black tortoise seal that was pressing down from the sky. A mountain-like pressure came crashing down from above, almost suffocating Gu Fei. The sound of his bones vibrating could be heard from all over his body. The power of the chaotic martial body was released. Rumble! The void trembled. The black tortoise seal was as heavy as 100,000 mountains, yet it was still slowly descending. The incomparably hard rock beneath Gu Fei's feet was actually shattered by his stomp. One could well imagine how powerful the seal was. Preposterous! Gu Fei resisted with all his might, but he had to admit that his opponent's cultivation was obvious. It was obvious that he was bullying the weak. The unold demon child wanted to completely suppress Gu Fei with the cultivation of a holy venerate. If we were at the same level, killing you would be a piece of cake. Gu Fei gritted his teeth and said, I have to say that you are very amazing, but unfortunately you met me. The unold demon child laughed. Do you really think that you can defeat me? Gu Fei gritted his teeth and said, as the black tortoise seal continued to press down. He was under such immense pressure that he could not even straighten his back. Buzz! Gu Fei directly activated the power of the mountain and river cauldron, and the shadow of a huge cauldron appeared on his body. Then the unold demon child's black tortoise seal flew up, the mountain and river cauldron again. The unold demon child was incomparably shocked. An extreme path saint artifact, refined by an extreme path sovereign, was actually this powerful. It was truly a surprise to him. I'll let you have some fun with my clone. With a thought, Gu Fei directly opened up his inner world and released his celestial Venerate body. A powerful celestial Venerate aura filled the sky and earth. You also have a battle pet. The Unold demon child was really shocked. What really made the Unold demon child uneasy was that his opponent's body was actually an celestial Venerate. Kill. As soon as Gu Fei's celestial Venerate body appeared, it immediately took over the Emperor's divine mace from Gu Fei's hand and pressed towards the Unold demon child. The powerful celestial Venerate power shook the sky and earth. While Gu Fei and the Unold demon child were fighting, the ancient bronze coffin on heaven's horizon was constantly devouring the power that was emitted. An extremely obscure wave began to spread from the ancient bronze coffin. Gu Fei's celestial Venerate body held the Emperor's divine mace and confronted the Unold demon child. Boom! At that moment, a loud noise was heard and the void shattered. The Blackwater mystical snake that Gu Fei's indestructible martial body had kept in the 5 elements battle domain rushed out. When the Blackwater mystical snake charged out, a figure walked out of the seemingly illusory void and attacked the Blackwater mystical snake. The power of the 5 elements surged on his fist. Although the Blackwater mystical snake had become the Unold demon child's battle pet, it still had its own consciousness. To a certain extent, the Blackwater mystical snake was still a creature with its own thoughts, even though it had become the Unold demon child's battle pet. In other words, the Unold demon child's battle pet wasn't its puppet. Boom! The Blackwater mystical snake was once again sent flying by the indestructible martial body. The place where it was hit was a bloody mess. Your battle pet isn't that great. Gu Fei couldn't help but be pleased with the scene. Very good. The Unold demon child's eyes lit up as he spoke. The Scarlet Qilin and the 3-headed Dragon Emperor attacked the indestructible martial body at the same time. The 3 of you won't be enough. Gu Fei's voice was heard. Then, as Gu Fei had expected, Gu Fei's indestructible martial body was still able to deal with the 3 powerful battle pets at the same time. Bang! The Scarlet Qilin's claw slapped the indestructible martial body's shoulder and tore off a piece of flesh. Chapter 2382. Gu Fei's indestructible body was extremely powerful. With a sweep of his leg, the Scarlet Qilin's head exploded. The headless Scarlet Qilin was flung thousands of meters away. However, such an attack couldn't possibly kill the Scarlet Qilin. After all, the Scarlet Qilin was a powerful saint-level existence. Soon, the Scarlet Qilin's head regenerated. Its demonic aura was still as strong as ever. Its vitality wasn't harmed at all. The injuries on Gu Fei's indestructible body also healed in an instant. The indestructible body contained an immortal divinity that could be said to be indestructible. Even if it was blasted to smithereens, it could still recover in an instant. Roar! At this moment, the 3-headed Dragon Emperor let out an angry roar, and all 3 of its heads spewed out demonic flames at the same time, burning towards Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique. Within the demonic flames, faint demonic runes could be seen. This was a type of great Tao demonic fire. Even a sage would be burned to ashes by it. However, Gu Fei's indestructible battle body completely ignored the great path demonic flames. He charged straight into the demonic flames, passed through them, and threw a punch at the 3-headed Dragon Emperor. The great Tao divine runes appeared on the indestructible body's body. The great Tao demonic fire couldn't burn it at all. Boom! The void trembled. Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique displayed the profundity of the 5 elemental fist. His fist seemed to contain the evolution of the 5 elemental heavens and earth, as if a single fist could crush everything. Without any suspense, the 3-headed Dragon Emperor was sent flying by the indestructible body's punch. It coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, clearly injured. All of you, come in! The indestructible body roared and used the 5 elements battle domain again. A terrifying black hole appeared around him, pulling the Blackwater mystical snake, the Scarlet Qilin, and the three-headed dragon emperor into it at the same time. At this time, Gu Fei's immortal sovereign and the unaging demon child had also made their moves. Buzz. The mortal emperor divine mace vibrated in the celestial sovereign's hand as the power of the ultimate emperor realm awakened within it. At this moment, the rusty mortal emperor divine mace seemed different from before. 9 supreme emperor patterns appeared on the Renhuang divine mace, and a wisp of Renhuang might appeared between heaven and earth. The celestial lord's Taoist body attacked directly. It was a simple and direct move, smashing the mace towards the unaging demon child. The entire world shook as the mace was smashed. Humph! The unaging demon child sneered, then directly took out the black tortoise seal in his hand. A black tortoise shadow immediately rushed out from the seal. Rumble! The heavens and earth trembled. Beneath the gigantic black tortoise's shadow was a pitch-black, boundless ocean. The raging waves surged high into the sky. An extremely powerful water Tao energy spread out from the black tortoise seal, and it evolved into an extremely shocking scene. The ancient black tortoise came out of the water, and it shook the heavens and the earth. The 2 ultimate emperor realm powers collided, and a powerful shockwave swept out in all directions, forcing Gu Fei to retreat into the distance. The ultimate emperor realm power was simply too powerful. Even a wisp of it was enough to crush a mountain range, and even a sage would have to retreat before it. The entire blood-colored cliff trembled. The ultimate emperor realm power shook the heavens and the earth, and even the celestial cliffs were affected. A rain of blood began to fall from the sky. The ancient bronze coffin continued to devour all of the power from the top of the celestial cliffs. It was like a bottomless black hole that could even devour ultimate emperor realm power. At this moment, neither Gu Fei nor the unaging demon child had the time to care about the ancient bronze coffin. Gu Fei's celestial sovereign's Taoist body swung down with the emperor divine mace, colliding with the black tortoise shadow. The 2 ultimate emperor realm powers collided head-on, and in that instant, the void was completely destroyed. The immortal sovereign's Tao body and the unaging demon child were both sent flying backwards. 2 waves of ultimate emperor realm power intertwined, and a large, chaotic hole appeared between them. As the power of the ultimate emperor realm surged out in all directions, the black hole began to grow larger and larger. In the end, it took up half of the sky. It was just a single strike, but the chaotic qi was released. This kind of power shocked Gu Fei and the unaging demon child to the extreme. The power of the supreme emperor divine weapon was too shocking. I have underestimated you. The unaging demon child halted his retreat and stood in the void, staring at the celestial sovereign's body across from the black hole as he spoke. I didn't underestimate you. Gu Fei's celestial prime body said, There's no point in fighting like this. How about we stop? He knew that his opponent had the Renhuang divine mace. Even if he mastered the Xianwu seal, it would be difficult for him to defeat his opponent. I won't fight just because you said so. Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body said coldly, If you want to fight, then I'll accompany you. The unaging demon child said, Then what's the point of wasting your breath? Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body attacked again. 9 divine runes of the immortal path appeared on his body. In an instant, his aura increased several times. Powerful waves of power spread out from the immortal Venerable's body of Tao, causing the void around him to constantly collapse and repair itself. Such a strange scene appeared. This is the unaging demon child seemed to have thought of something and was shocked. Boom! A surge of immortal Tao energy erupted. In an instant, Gu Fei's immortal sovereign body disappeared completely. Even that powerful aura that caused one's heart to palpitate disappeared. Oh no, the unaging demon child did not even think about it. He activated the Xianwu seal in his hand. A water-blue divine light that looked like waves of water shone from the Xianwu seal, enveloping the surroundings. At that moment, a figure appeared above the unaging demon child's head and smashed down with the mace. BZZZ. The two waves of ultimate Emperor realm power clashed once again, and the resulting shockwaves caused the entire sky above the heavens horizon to ripple like water. Transparent ripples spread out in all directions. The ultimate Emperor powers were so vast that even Gu Fei's indestructible battle body had to retract his 5 elements battle domain and retreat. The 3-headed Dragon Emperor and the others were horrified by the ultimate Emperor powers and fled for their lives. This was ultimate Emperor powers. Even saint sovereigns would be destroyed in body and soul, let alone saint beasts. The 3-headed Dragon Emperor and the others did not want to die. However, the mysterious ancient bronze coffin on the heavens horizon continued to devour the ultimate Emperor realm energy, and some of the inscriptions on the coffin began to glow with a dark light. The demonic aura emanating from the ancient bronze coffin became even stronger. What's going on? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel uneasy when he sensed the changes in the coffin. The fact that the coffin could devour even ultimate Emperor powers shocked Gu Fei to no end. After all, ultimate Emperor realm cultivators were peerless existences that could compete with extreme Dao sovereigns. Could the primal chaos demon ancestor be buried in the coffin? Demons born from heaven and earth were called demon ancestors, because they were born from heaven and earth. These demon ancestors were incomparably powerful when they were born. However, the truly invincible demon ancestor was the primal chaos demon ancestor, who had been born from the boundless primordial chaos. Only the primal chaos demon ancestor could shake the heavens and earth and compete with supremes. Kill. Gu Fei's immortal sovereign body wielded the human sovereign's divine armament and began to battle the unaging demon child. His ultimate Emperor powers caused chaotic black holes to appear in the sky. The 2 saint sovereigns shot into the sky from the cliffs and into outer space. The unaging demon child reached out with his right hand and directly used his great magic power to summon a star towards Gu Fei's immortal sovereign Dao body. Boom! There was a loud noise as the immortal sovereign's immortal sovereign body smashed the star with the mace. It rushed over and instantly appeared in front of the unaging demon child, smashing the mace down on the unaging demon child's head. Overturn the heavens and seas. The unaging demon child roared angrily as the image of a massive black tortoise surged out of its body. Ultimate Emperor realm power exploded forth as a mountainous black tortoise tumbled about in the boundless Black Sea. The power of the black tortoise seal burst forth like a real black tortoise in the sea. The powerful great path of water blocked the immortal sovereign's divine Emperor mace. Tenfold ascension power. The immortal sovereign used the ascension secret technique. Its aura instantly soared to a level that made everyone's hearts palpitate. The immortal sovereign's divine Emperor mace broke through the power of the black tortoise seal and smashed into the black tortoise's shadow in the boundless sea. Boom! The shadow of the black tortoise was smashed into pieces by the immortal sovereign's divine Emperor mace. The unaging demon child suffered a great impact and was sent flying while coughing up blood. The 9 secrets of the immortal path. The unaging demon child was both shocked and angry. Its right hand, which was holding the black tortoise seal, was already drenched in blood. White bones were even visible in some places. Gu Fei's immortal sovereign's divine Emperor mace smashed the black tortoise seal. The tenfold ascension power almost knocked the black tortoise seal out of the unaging demon child's hand. 3 pure ones. Gu Fei's immortal sovereign's divine Emperor mace used the 9 secrets of the immortal path. 3 streams of clear air rushed out of the immortal sovereign's divine Emperor mace's head, turning into 3 clones that charged at the unaging demon child. Every single Dao body seemed as if it possessed the strength of its true body, and it actually forced the untold demon child to retreat ceaselessly and be flustered. The three clones kept the unaging demon child busy, while the immortal sovereign's divine emperor Mace soared into the sky and used the most mysterious secret of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the secret of nothing. The power of the secret of nothing spread out and shrouded the world. An unfathomable power turned everything in the world into nothingness. At this moment, the unaging demon child had already used the black tortoise-seal to return the 3 pure Taoist clones that the celestial sovereign had conjured. The 3 streams of clear energy flew back to Gu Fei's celestial sovereign Taoist clone and entered his body. When the unaging demon child broke the immortal sovereign's divine emperor Mace's 3 pure ones secret technique, the power of the secret of nothing descended and enveloped half of the unaging demon child's body. Roar. Chapter 2383. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were the 9 secret arts created by the supreme Tao ancestor. In ancient times, they were known as the 9 undefeatable secret arts. From this, one could imagine how heaven-defying the power of these 9 secret techniques was. The unaging demon child's body was definitely comparable to a heavenly venerable weapon refined by a heavenly venerable. It was extremely powerful, but the moment half of the unaging demon child's body was enveloped by the power of the word Wu, that half of his body was immediately melted. The power of the secret word void was truly heaven-defying. Even a saint's treasure would be turned into nothingness after being enveloped by its power, and even a monster sovereign's body would be melted. Roar! The unaging monster child roared furiously. He was on the verge of going berserk. That half of his body emitted a monstrous demonic aura. 9 demonic runes emerged, and the terrifying power of a monster sovereign shook the world. Terrifying black fissures appeared in the space around the ageless monster child. It was as if this part of the world could not contain his monster sovereign's true form. Rumble! The void trembled as demonic runes interwove on the unaging monster child's wounded body. The half of his body that had been melted by the secret word, void, rapidly regenerated. However, the unaging monster child knew that the terrifying power that could melt all things in the world had already damaged his vitality. What secret art is this? Is it also one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao? In just a few breaths, the half of the unaging monster child's body that had been melted by the secret word, void, regenerated and recovered. The secret word, void, was the most mysterious and inconceivable of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Since ancient times, those who had seen this secret had all died. Celestial Emperor Xiong should be the only successor of the secret word, void, the 9th disciple of the supreme Tao ancestor. This was the only explanation that could explain why Celestial Emperor Xiong knew the 9th secret. Why should I tell you? Gu Fei's immortal sovereign body spoke and attacked again. The power of the secret word, void, surged out from his hands and enveloped the void. This time, the unaging demonic child was prepared. He immediately retreated and activated the black tortoise-seal. A black sea appeared around the unaging demonic child. The image of a massive Xuanwu tortoise appeared in the depths of the Black Sea, and a wave of ultimate Emperor Realm power began to gather in that part of the Black Sea, ready to explode at any moment. The power of the Wu character surged forth, but this time it was blocked by the wisp of ultimate Emperor Realm power that emanated from the black tortoise-seal. Your secret technique can only injure me once, the unold demon child said coldly. The seal of the black tortoise was a demonic artifact of the ultimate Emperor Realm. Even the Wu secret art would not be able to dissolve the power of the black tortoise unless a human emperor used this secret art. Really, as Gu Fei's Celestial Prime's Taoist body spoke, he directly activated the human sovereign divine weapon in his hand, broke through the layers of Xuanwu power, and pressed towards the unaging demon child in the Black Sea. Just as Gu Fei's celestial venerable body and the unaging demon child attacked with all their might, The ancient bronze coffin on the cliff crazily devoured the power of the black tortoise seal and the human sovereign divine weapon. Rumble! The ancient bronze coffin finally shook, and a layer of black chi appeared on the surface of the coffin. The demonic power gradually grew stronger, causing the three saint emperors' hearts to palpitate. "Humph! If you keep fighting, the thing in the coffin will come out," the unaging demon child suddenly said. "Don't you want to know what's in the coffin?" "Keep going," the unaging demon child suddenly said. He did not want to stop. "Gu Fei's," Celestial Venerable said. He did not want to stop. He used all his strength to activate the human sovereign divine weapon in his hand and fought against the unaging demon child. The void was constantly destroyed. However, the strange thing was that the blood-colored cliff was able to resist the power of the ultimate Emperor realm. It was not damaged, and it continued to devour the power. High up in the sky, Gu Fei stared at the ancient bronze coffin in the distance. He felt a little uneasy, as if the chaos demon ancestor really was buried in the coffin. At this time, the demonic chi lingered on the ancient bronze coffin. The Tao patterns on the coffin lit up, activating the power of the great Tao. It was barely able to suppress the coffin. It seemed that someone had used a great spell to seal something inside the coffin. However, the thing inside the coffin was constantly devouring the power of the ultimate Emperor realm. The seal on the coffin would not last much longer. Gu Fei's indestructible war form retreated and stood guard beside Gu Fei. The three saint emperors also retreated far away, not daring to go near the ancient bronze coffin. If the unaging demon child was not fighting with Gu Fei's celestial venerable body, the three saint emperors would have fled as far as they could. The demonic nature of the chaos demon ancestor was something that even the saint emperors could not resist. They showed signs of being demonized. The demonic nature pervaded everywhere and affected their Tao hearts. Even Gu Fei felt restless under the influence of the demonic nature emitted from the ancient bronze coffin, which made him feel even more uneasy. Kill! Gu Fei's celestial venerable body fought fiercely with the unaging demon child. The Ascension secret technique caused the celestial venerable body's battle power to soar, forcing the unaging demon child to retreat continuously. An extremely powerful ultimate Emperor realm power spread out from the Renhuang divine weapon in the celestial venerable body's hand, sweeping in all directions. The Xianwu seal in the unaging demon child's hand seemed to be stimulated by the Renhuang divine weapon and showed signs of awakening. The black sea around the unaging demon child never dissipated. The two ultimate Emperor realm powers clashed. The destructive power spread out, but it was completely devoured by the ancient bronze coffin. Boom! Finally, there was a loud noise. The ancient bronze coffin that had devoured the boundless power suddenly exploded. The seal on the ancient bronze coffin could no longer suppress the thing inside. In an instant, an incomparably terrifying demonic aura appeared between the heavens and the earth. Monstrous demonic aura swept out, enveloping the entire world. The blood-colored cliff instantly turned into night. This is Gu Fei was shocked. Under the protection of the indestructible body, he quickly retreated into the distance. At the same time, the shadow of an ancient cauldron appeared on his body. He had to use the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers to protect himself and resist the terrifying demonic aura that erupted. At this time, Gu Fei's celestial venerable body and the unaging demon child were still fighting, with no intention of stopping. Rumble! The void shook violently. The celestial venerable body attacked with all its strength. The power of the secret word "no" spread out, turning a large amount of demonic chi into nothingness. A large hole was torn open in the boundless demonic chi. Starlight shone through the hole in the sky. The unaging demon child also attacked. The power of the Xian Wu burst out. With him as the center, the demonic chi within a 10-mile radius was directly dispersed by the power of the Xian Wu. Chapter 2384. After the ancient bronze coffin devoured an endless amount of energy, it finally exploded. The thing that was sealed in the ancient bronze coffin had come out. A terrifying demonic aura engulfed the entire heaven's horizon. Roar! Demonic howls resounded throughout heaven's horizon. At the same time that the bronze coffin exploded, the stone coffins buried in the caves on the cliffs of heaven's horizon also exploded. Terrifying demonic creatures, shrouded in black energy, rushed out towards heaven's horizon as if they were summoned. While Gufei's immortal sovereign and the unaging demon child continued their battle, two blood-red specks of light appeared in the demonic energy and rapidly approached the two. What the hell is that? The unaging demon child shook the black tortoise seal in his hand, causing the black sea around him to churn violently. An extremely powerful wave of energy surged towards the two specks of light. As the demonic energy in front of them dissipated, a humanoid figure emerged from within. When Gufei's celestial sovereign and the unaging demon child saw that figure, they couldn't help but be shocked. It was a person with tattered clothes and disheveled hair hovering about 3 meters above the ground. The disheveled hair covered the face of the person, and only 2 specks of blood-red light flickered behind the long hair. Needless to say, the 2 specks of light were the crimson, demonic light emitted from the eyes of the person. There really is an ancient demon buried in that ancient coffin. At this time, Gufei's immortal sovereign and the unaging demon child had no choice but to stop because they realized that the person was actually targeting them. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of metal clashing resounded. 18 black, demonic chains rushed out of the person shrouded in black energy, entangling Gufei's immortal sovereign and the unaging demon child respectively. This person had actually attacked 2 martial supremacies at the same time. Furthermore, the 2 martial supremacies had emperor weapons in their hands. Gufei's celestial prime Taoist body directly performed the secret word no, trying to dissolve the 9 black demonic chains that were entangling him. However, what shocked Gufei's celestial prime Taoist body was that the 9 demonic chains only dimmed when the power of the secret word Wu surged out. They did not dissipate in the void. Immortal demonic nature. Gufei's celestial prime Taoist body was shocked to the extreme. Could the person who came out of the ancient bronze coffin really be a chaos demon ancestor? Only supreme beings could cultivate immortal divinity. That was a type of divinity that could only be evolved after reaching the extreme of the great Tao. Preposterous! Gufei's celestial venerate body didn't think too much. He waved the Emperor Divine mace in his hand and smashed it at the 9 demonic chains. A ball of golden light spread from the mace, and there was a vague supreme Emperor Tao pattern in the golden light. The 9 demonic chains immediately dissipated into the void. Even the immortal demonic chains would be obliterated in the face of the supreme Emperor power. Just as Gufei's celestial venerate body used the power of the Emperor Divine Mace to obliterate the 9 demonic chains, the old demon child also used the black tortoise seal to disperse the 9 demonic chains of the great Tao that were entangling him. Roar! At this moment, countless specks of bloody light appeared in the demonic chi. Demonic howls resounded in the surroundings as countless demonic creatures rushed to the top of the blood cliff. However, it was certain that these demonic creatures would not let go of Gufei's celestial venerate body and the old demon child so easily. Now it's as you wish. Gufei's celestial venerate body said to the old demon child, "Although I want to know what's inside the ancient bronze coffin, this is not the case." The old demon child said. His eyes sparkled when he saw the person who came out of the ancient bronze coffin. No one knew what he was thinking. If this demonic creature leaves here, I'm afraid the entire Tonglong continent will be plunged into endless slaughter. Gufei's celestial venerate body said, "Is this the ancient reincarnation?" The unaging demon child suddenly uttered such words. He had lived for countless years, so he naturally knew many great secrets of the world. The sudden arrival of the great ancient calamity was also without any warning. Reincarnation, my ass. Gu Fei's celestial venerate body really wanted to beat the old demon child up. Roar! At this moment, the person suddenly roared towards the sky. A terrifying demonic aura swept across, and the demonic creatures that rushed to the heavens horizon also roared. For a moment, the entire heavens horizon was like a group of demons dancing wildly. At this moment, Gu Fei had already retreated far away under the protection of the indestructible combat body. However, some incomparably powerful demonic creatures still had their eyes on them. Rumble, an incomparably huge demon dragon, soared through the sky. The pitch-black body of the dragon was like a black mountain range. It crushed through the void, and the heavens and the void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Reckless, Gu Fei said in a low voice. As he thought about it, the eyes of the indestructible combat body immediately shot out two sharp gazes like heavenly blades. It then took a step forward and met the attack. Just as the demonic aura erupted, countless living beings in the 3 divine continents felt a wave of unease. What's going on? Yen who was guarding the base camp of the Ziyang continent and the vast moon continent, suddenly opened her eyes and looked in the direction of the heavens horizon with a face full of suspicion. There's a change in the heavens horizon. At the same time, in the falling star continent, the sworn brother of the old demon child, Mr. Wu, also woke up from his meditation with a look of shock on his face. All the powerful living beings in the entire God-down sea felt uneasy. At this moment, Gu Fei's indestructible combat body had already started fighting with the demonic dragon. Whoosh! The demonic dragon opened its mouth, and a pitch-black demonic fire immediately rushed out, burning towards the indestructible combat body. Wherever the demonic fire passed, the void was silently annihilated. This was a terrifying demonic fire that could destroy a saint. However, Gu Fei's indestructible combat body possessed immortal divinity. Although it only had the battle strength of a saint, it was said to be unkillable and indestructible. Perhaps only a supreme existence at the ultimate emperor realm could destroy the indestructible combat body. The indestructible combat body rushed over and directly rode on the demonic dragon's neck. Then he grabbed the dragon's horn with his left hand and punched the demonic dragon's skull with his right hand. Bang! Crack! The indestructible combat body's punch landed, and a part of the demonic dragon's head immediately caved in. The skull was actually cracked, causing the demonic dragon to roar continuously. Just as the indestructible combat body was fighting the demonic dragon, the 3 Saint Emperors were also caught up by the extremely powerful demonic creatures and began fighting. Just as the indestructible combat body rode on the demonic dragon, Gu Fei flipped his right hand, and a divine sword that emitted a cold, purple-gold light appeared in his hand. Chapter 2385. Gu Fei made his move. With a wave of the purple-gold divine sword, the dragon's head fell off. Even the powerful demonic power in the dragon's body was destroyed. The purple-gold divine sword was an ultimate weapon of the Great Path. Even though the sword's spirit had fallen into a deep slumber, it was still not something that a mere dragon could contend with. Roar! Just as Gu Feijian was slaying the demonic dragon, a terrifying demonic roar resounded from heaven's horizon. Boundless demonic energy swept out from heaven's horizon, enveloping the entire heaven and earth. The huge dragon corpse fell from the sky. Gu Fei's indestructible body rushed over and joined up with Gu Fei before retreating into the distance. At this time, Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body and the unaging demon child were fighting against the terrifying demon that had broken out of the bronze coffin. Bang! The immortal sovereign Taoist's mace slammed into the demon's shoulder. His ultimate emperor realm power exploded forth, causing the demon's body to sway a few times. This shocked him to the extreme. The demon's demonic body was too strong. It could actually withstand a blow from the emperor's divine mace and seemed unharmed. Could it be the body of a chaotic fiend? Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body exclaimed. At this time, the demon's right claw was already reaching for his chest. He had no choice but to retreat. The body of a chaotic fiend was a powerful existence that could contend with an ultimate, supreme body. Only this kind of physique could contend with the Emperor's divine weapon. Boom! Just as the demon was about to chase after Gu Fei's celestial sovereign body, the sky above the demon's head suddenly shook. Then, a black sea wrapped around a huge seal descended from the sky, suppressing the demon. The demon threw his head back and roared, then punched upwards. Powerful demonic power surged from his body, as if the world was going to be punched through by him. Bang! The demon's fist broke through the black ocean and smashed into the black tortoise seal, causing it to fly up into the sky. What a savage demon! The unold demon child was shocked. The strength of this demon had far exceeded his expectations. However, he could also tell that this demon was most likely a corpse demon. Although the demon moved very fast, its joints were a little stiff, and it didn't seem to be very agile. The person buried in the ancient bronze coffin should be a devil that had fallen countless years ago. After countless years, the corpse of that demon had actually gained sentience and turned into a powerful corpse demon. Looks like we can't suppress this corpse demon even if we join forces. Gu Fei's celestial prime body said. At this moment, they had already let go of their prejudices and wanted to work together to suppress the demonic corpse. However, things were not that simple. The demonic corpse actually possessed the body of a true chaotic demon. This demon was definitely an invincible, true demon of chaos when he was alive. It's not like there's no way. The unold demon child moved quickly in the void, evading the corpse demon's attacks as he spoke. You have a way. Gu Fei's celestial prime body said. Of course, as long as you're willing to part with an extreme saint artifact. The unold demon child said these words. You're thinking of... Gu Fei's celestial prime body was both shocked and angry. The other party actually wanted him to give up an extreme saint artifact. It seemed that only an extreme saint artifact could suppress this demonic corpse. That's right. The mountain and river cauldron can suppress the mountains and rivers of the world. Using it to suppress this demonic corpse will be a piece of cake. The unold demon child said. Your calculations are quite good. Gu Fei's celestial prime body said coldly. Boom! He waved the mortal Emperor Divine mace in his hand. Ultimate Emperor power erupted continuously, forcing the demonic corpse to retreat. However, even the ultimate Emperor power could not cause much damage to the demonic corpse. At most, it left some marks on its body. I'm not playing with this demon anymore. Whether you want to suppress it or not, it's up to you. The unold demon child retreated and used the Xianwu seal to break through the layers of demonic qi. He charged out of heaven's horizon and quickly went far away. Gu Fei's celestial prime body paled at the sight. The unold demon child's retreat doubled the pressure on him. The demonic corpse immediately pounced at Gu Fei's celestial prime body fiercely. The demonic corpse had an immortal body and was not afraid of Gu Fei's celestial prime body and the mortal Emperor Divine Mace. At this time, the unold demon child had already left heaven's horizon and arrived at where the three-headed dragon emperor and the others were. The three-headed dragon emperor, the Chi-Chilin, and the Blackwater mystical snake were surrounded by a dozen powerful demonic beasts. They were about to be torn apart. Just as the three sacred kings' lives were hanging by a thread, the unold demon child arrived. Boom! The black tortoise seal descended from the sky, slaying all the demonic creatures that surrounded the three saint kings. Under the suppression of the black tortoise seal, all the demonic creatures were reduced to black, bloody mist. Let's go! With a wave of his hand, the unaging demon king sucked the three saint kings into his sleeve before quickly flying off into the distance. He disappeared into the horizon very quickly. Damn you, unold demon child! Gu Fei happened to see the scene. He was both shocked and angry. The unold demon child was too despicable. How dare he throw such a hot potato to me? Although he had the indestructible physique and the celestial prime body, as well as the extreme saint weapon, he might not be able to suppress the demonic corpse. One should know that the demonic corpse had already developed intelligence. With intelligence, it would not just stand there and let you suppress it. Roar! Demonic howls came from heaven's horizon. The vast demonic chi had already enveloped the entire scarlet cliff and was still spreading in all directions. At this time, heaven's horizon had become the domain of countless demonic beasts. Gu Fei really wanted to just leave it be. However, if he did that, countless demonic beasts would break out of the God-fallen ocean and cause endless bloodshed on the Tonglong continent. I don't believe that I can't suppress these demonic beasts. Gu Fei gritted his teeth and threw the violet gold divine sword towards heaven's horizon. Whoosh! The violet gold divine sword turned into a ray of violet gold divine light. It flashed across the sky and charged into the endless demonic chi. With a clang, it stabbed into heaven's horizon. Rumble! The moment the purple gold divine sword stabbed into the heaven's horizon, the entire blood-colored cliff began to tremble, as if something had been disturbed. This, Chapter 2386. Heaven's horizon seemed to have a life of its own. The entire cliff trembled when the purple gold divine sword stabbed into it. Countless cracks appeared and a red liquid seeped out of the cracks. This is Gu Fei's celestial body was shocked to the extreme. Such a huge cliff stood between the heavens and the earth and even stretched out beyond the starry sky. It seemed to have a life of its own. It was unbelievable. Roar! The demon that had broken the seal from the bronze coffin roared into the sky. The bloody light that shot out of its eyes was dozens of feet long. Boom! The demon stretched out its hand. Endless demonic power surged out of it and turned into a pitch-black hand that covered the heavens and the earth. It grabbed at Gu Fei's celestial body. This devil had already cultivated some devil Dao sacred art. It was not a simple corpse devil that only knew how to kill. Bang! Gu Fei's celestial body swung the Emperor's divine mace and broke through the layers of demonic chi. It had already rushed out before the demon's claw could reach it. Buzz! At that moment, the purple gold divine sword that was stabbed into heaven's horizon suddenly vibrated. A chilling sword aura spread out from the sword. The corpse demon seemed to have received some kind of shock, and actually quickly retreated. As for the demonic creatures that were unable to dodge in time, they fell one after another, never to stand up again. Soon, heaven's horizon was filled with demonic creatures. Just one strand of sword chi from the purple gold divine sword was enough to kill countless demonic creatures. Gu Fei's immortal sovereign body could not help but be moved when he saw this scene. Bang! Just as the demon retreated, an ancient cauldron fell from the sky and pressed down on the demon. The powerful force caused the heavens and the void to tremble. The corpse demon roared and attacked with both hands, trying to fight against the mountain and river cauldron. However, there was no suspense. The mountain and river cauldron could suppress the mountains and rivers of the heavens and earth. It could even suppress the ancestral veins of the earth, let alone a corpse demon. The mountain and river cauldron fell and suppressed the corpse demon. Boom! When the mountain and river cauldron landed on the cliff, the entire mountain and river shook violently and countless cracks appeared on it. Scarlet liquid seeped out of those cracks. That blood-like liquid actually started to gather towards the corpse demon that was being suppressed by the mountain river cauldron. The corpse demon that was being suppressed by the mountain river cauldron kept roaring, wanting to break free from the mountain river cauldron. Something's wrong. Far up in the sky, Gu Fei couldn't see what was happening on the cliff. However, he could sense that the demonic aura on heaven's cliffs was weakening. At the top of heaven's horizon, there was a spot where the demonic aura grew stronger and stronger. It was as if a true supreme demon had descended upon the world. Rumble! Thunder rumbled in the sky as bolts of crimson lightning wreaked havoc. A rain of blood fell from the sky, and a sinister wind blew. It was as if something ominous was about to happen. Still not enough. Gu Fei opened up his inner world. Within his inner world, a black saber that was stuck in a mountain suddenly flew up and rushed out of his inner world. Roar! A dragon roar resounded. An extremely violent and ferocious aura appeared between the heavens and the earth. On the black saber, an incomparably huge dragon shadow could be vaguely seen. At this moment, Gu Fei had already used all 3 of his supreme saint tools. Just when the peerless saber appeared between the heavens and the earth, the unold demon child, who had already left heaven's horizon and was rushing towards the falling stars continent, suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked in the direction of heaven's horizon in disbelief. What's going on? Why do I feel my heart palpitate? The unold demon child was indescribably shocked. However, he had no intention of returning to heaven's horizon. The reason why he had ascended to heaven's horizon was for the immortal demonic aura that was emitted from the ancient bronze coffin. If he could obtain that immortal power, he would be able to improve even further and break through his current cultivation realm to become an invincible supreme being in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. However, the plans of man were no match for the plans of the heavens. Gu Fei's appearance had disrupted everything. After being stunned for a moment, the unold demon child continued flying in the direction of the falling stars continent. He had already received news that forces from other continents had attacked the falling stars continent. Needless to say, only Heavenly Emperor Ziyang of the Purple Sun continent and ultimate God South Heaven of the Clear Moon continent had the strength to attack the falling stars continent. In fact, he was really worried about his sworn brother. Just as the unold demon child was rushing towards the falling stars continent, an extremely evil scene took place on heaven's horizon. A rain of blood fell from the sky, and a chilly wind whistled. After the peerless, ominous saber rushed out of Gu Fei's inner world, Gu Fei grabbed the ominous saber, raised it high with both hands, and slashed at heaven's horizon with all his might. Roar! A dragon roar sounded as a black dragon shadow immediately rushed out from the peerless saber. It soared thousands of zhang into the sky, broke through the heavy rain of blood, and directly fell towards heaven's horizon. Boom! The black dragon fell from the sky. The endless demonic aura that shrouded the sky above the blood-colored cliff was split in half by the slash, and a terrifying Dao mark appeared on heaven's horizon. The endless demonic aura dissipated under the slash of the peerless saber. The huge cliff was almost split in half by the slash. Endless blood light shone from the cliff, and a strange sound appeared between heaven and earth. It was a very rhythmic sound, like a heartbeat. What? Gu Fei's immortal venerate body seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but be shocked. Following that, an incomparably huge blood-colored heart rushed out from the mountain. Endless blood, red demonic light dyed the entire heaven and earth red. The demon heart flew towards the demonic corpse that was being suppressed by the mountain river cauldron. However, at that moment, the mountain river cauldron seemed to be stimulated and began to vibrate. The demon heart couldn't get close to the mountain river cauldron, let alone fuse with the demonic corpse that was being suppressed by the mountain river cauldron. At this moment, Gu Fei, who was far in the sky, was extremely shocked. There was actually a demon heart buried in heaven's horizon. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary demon heart, but the demon heart of the true chaos demon. No wonder the blood-like liquid seeped out of heaven's horizon. It must be the demon heart of the true chaos demon that was buried in the cliff. The root of all the chaos was this true chaos demon heart. The true chaos demon heart sensed the existence of the mountain river cauldron and didn't dare to get too close. Chapter 2387. There was a true demon's heart buried inside heaven's horizon. This shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. The birth of a true demon's heart was not a trivial matter. If the demons obtained this true demon's heart, their cultivation would definitely increase greatly and no one would be able to control them. However, at this time, he also thought of the unaging demon child. If this guy returned to the meteorite falling continent, Yen would be in danger. One should know that this guy was a demon Venerable. Even in other places in the human realm, the power of heaven's wrath still existed. However, the body of Venerable and the black tortoise seal were not something that Yen could deal with. As Gu Fei thought about it, the celestial Venerable, who was still on heaven's horizon, immediately soared into the sky with the human emperor divine mace. It broke through the layers of demonic chi and directly rushed out of heaven's horizon. Without saying anything, Gu Fei's celestial Venerable had a special connection with him. They could perceive each other's thoughts and thoughts. Gu Fei's celestial Venerable left the area where heaven's horizon was and flew towards the meteorite falling continent. At this time, under the protection of the indestructible battle body, Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the void. The peerless, ominous saber in his hand rushed out and fell towards heaven's horizon. The true demon's heart had already hidden inside heaven's horizon. The demonic power continuously gathered towards the corpse demon that was suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron. Roar! The corpse demon roared, and the demonic sound spread far and wide. The demonic power on the corpse demon's body became stronger and stronger. In the end, 9 blood-colored demonic marks appeared on the corpse demon's body and drew the power of the true demon to fight against the mountain and river cauldron. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook and showed signs of being shaken off by the corpse demon. This ferocious demon, when Gu Fei saw this scene, he immediately activated the purple gold divine sword that was inserted into the cliff. The purple gold divine sword flew up and slashed towards the corpse demon that was suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron. The purple gold divine sword was a paragon sword. If the corpse demon was slashed by this paragon sword, it would be killed without any suspense, no matter how powerful it was. However, at this moment, a blood-colored light rushed out from the corpse demon's body and instantly entered the corpse demon's body. Roar! Sher Emo let out an earth-shattering roar. A demonic power so powerful that it caused the entire world to tremble erupted from Sher Mo's body. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook, and the 9 blood-colored demonic inscriptions actually lifted the mountain and river cauldron. Then the corpse demon that was suppressed under the mountain and river cauldron immediately rushed out. What? Gu Fei couldn't help being shocked. He had never imagined that the corpse demon would be able to break free from the mountain and river cauldron suppression, although the cauldron soul of the mountain and river cauldron had yet to awaken. The power of the corpse demon was enough to make Gu Fei's heart palpitate. Kill! The demons seemed to have obtained an inexhaustible power of the devil path. They actually shouted out a murderous voice, as if they were ancient demons descending to the world. They were extremely ferocious, and the blood-red, demonic light emitted from their eyes was dozens of feet long. Could it be that the demon heart has entered his body? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. The true demon's heart had a strong vitality and was still beating. The sound of a heartbeat could be heard from the corpse demon's body, which made Gu Fei somewhat incredulous. Boom! The corpse demon took the initiative to attack. He actually knocked away the purple gold divine sword with a punch, and then slapped away the mountain and river cauldron that was pressing down on him. In the end, even the peerless ominous saber was kicked away by the ferocious demon. What? Gu Fei saw that the ferocious demon was already able to go against the transcendental sacred weapon, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The true chaotic demon body is really strong enough to go against the transcendental sacred weapon. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He knew that the power of the sacred weapon was not limited to this, but it was not an easy task to awaken the soul of the sacred weapon. Buzz. Just as Gu Fei was worrying, the 3 sacred weapons of extreme Tao were startled, and an aura of the extreme Tao was emitted from the 3 sacred weapons of extreme Tao. The souls of the 3 sacred weapons of extreme Tao seemed to have been stimulated by the burst of demonic Tao energy from the body of the corpse demon. Roar! The peerless, ominous saber flew across the sky. On the blade of the saber, there was a gigantic shadow of a dragon, and a faint dragon roar could be heard from the void. Swoosh! The peerless, ominous saber flashed by, leaving a scar on the body of the corpse demon. However, the scar disappeared in an instant, as if the corpse demon had never been slashed by the peerless, ominous saber. Throughout the ages, there had never been a saint weapon that had such a strong, murderous aura like the peerless, ominous saber, not to mention being slashed by the peerless, ominous saber. Even if the peerless, ominous saber cut a little of the skin, the murderous aura would invade the body and destroy all life force, killing them instantly. The true chaotic demon body is really that strong. Although Gu Fei found it hard to believe, it was his first time seeing a powerful demonic body that was not afraid of being slashed by the sacred weapon of extreme Tao. This demonic body should be the extreme demonic body. At this moment, the terrifying demonic aura emitted from the body of the corpse demon was getting stronger and stronger. Although Gu Fei was far away, he could still feel the immense pressure. Let's go all out. Gu Fei knew that if he did not go all out, he would not be able to suppress this demonic body. The power of the true demon's heart was too strong. Once the true demon's heart and the true chaotic demon body completely merged, there would be an invincible, true chaotic demon in this world. He wanted to suppress the true demon's heart before it completely merged with the true chaotic demon body. Without hesitation, Gu Fei bit the tip of his tongue and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood essence. After the mountain and river cauldron, the purple gold divine sword and the peerless ominous saber absorbed Gu Fei's blood essence. They vibrated at the same time. While Gu Fei was going all out in the ancestor land of the demon clan in the Falling Stars continent, Mr. Wu had already received a message from the old demon child. After receiving the message that the old demon child was about to return, Mr. Wu could not help but feel disappointed. In his heart, he really hoped that the old demon child would not return. The demon clan of the Falling Stars continent had ruled the Falling Stars continent for a long time. If it were not for the old demon child, the Falling Stars continent would have long been the world of the human clan. It should be known that there was more than one human clan ancient saint in the Falling Stars continent. However, these ancient saints did not have the opportunity to become the ruler of the Falling Stars continent because the old demon child was unbeatable. Mr. Wu could only endure it. The news that the old demon child was about to return spread. The ancestor court of the Falling Stars continent suddenly became lively. All the great demons were extremely excited. As long as the Holy Lord of the demon clan returned, all the problems would not be a problem. The invaders would die. Soon, someone spread the news of the old demon child's return to Yen Er's camp. This made the 12 bandits and the others feel uneasy. The 12 bandits and the others knew how powerful the old demon child was. We have to inform the Lord immediately. Chapter 2388. The unaging demon child's prestige in the Falling Stars continent was unparalleled. He was the true ruler of the Falling Stars continent, and the demons of the Falling Stars continent regarded him as the demon's sacred lord. The return of the demon's sacred lord greatly boosted the morale of the demons of the Falling Stars continent. On the contrary, many people in Yen Er's camp felt uneasy, especially those who had experienced the battle on the sacred island of life in the depths of the God-fallen sea. Inform the Lord immediately. The Iron Blood Taoist crushed the information transmission talisman left behind by Gu Fei. This talisman was very mysterious. As long as the words that one wanted to say were imprinted on the talisman through spiritual will, and then crushed, the talisman on Gu Fei's body would be able to receive the spiritual wave emitted by the talisman, even if the talisman was far away. That guy's pretty fast. Thousands of miles away from heaven's horizon, a talisman on Gu Fei's body glowed, and a spiritual wave emitted from the talisman. Soon, Gu Fei knew what had happened. The unaging demon child was about to return to the falling stars continent. This was definitely not a good thing for Gu Fei, and it was even worse for Yen and the others. Fortunately, Gu Fei was prepared and sent his immortal Venerate back. Only the immortal Venerate could fight against the unaging demon child. At this time, Gu Fei no longer needed to deliberately control the 3 Supreme Saint weapons, because the 3 Supreme Saint weapons were showing signs of awakening. Roar! Dragon roars rang out, and the peerless, ominous saber actually transformed into a black dragon that was even larger than a mountain. It emitted a boundless, fiendish aura, and its huge dragon claws continuously tore at the peerless, ominous devil. The mountain and river cauldron did not evolve into anything, but wisps of primordial chaos chi emerged from it. A terrifying power that could suppress the heavens erupted from the mountain and river cauldron. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook, and a large area of the void was directly shattered. The destructive power surged towards the demon. The purple-gold divine sword transformed into a skinny Taoist. As though a supreme Taoist ancestor had descended, he charged towards the demonic corpse, his sword chi rampaging. The corpse demon was ferocious to the extreme. Even though it was facing the awakened Extreme Saint weapons, it was still fearless. It actually fought against the 3 Extreme Saint weapons. Boundless, blood-colored, demonic light enveloped the heavens and the earth. A rain of blood fell from the sky, and a sinister wind whistled. The evil aura caused all living beings to tremble. In the end, even heaven's horizon was destroyed. This forbidden area was completely destroyed by this battle. From then on, heaven's horizon no longer existed in the divine sea. The 3 extreme Daos saint weapons unleashed their power at the very last moment, almost turning the world back into chaos. The aura of extreme Daos filled the sky and earth, and all living beings on the soaring dragon ancestral star could feel the aura of the 3 extreme Daos. On the Tongue-Long continent, at the peak of the spiritual mountain in the Buddhist kingdom of the West, a melodious bell rang out. The bell contained boundless Tao intent that spread throughout the Buddhist kingdom of the West. Countless monks in the Buddhist kingdom of the West knelt devoutly in the direction of the spiritual mountain after hearing the bell, chanting the Supreme Buddha. The Buddhist bell is ringing. Is there really an extreme Tao saint weapon? An old voice rang out from the peak of the spiritual mountain. That person has returned to the soaring dragon ancestral star. In a small temple on the snowy mountain of the Buddhist kingdom of the West, a little monk wearing a white monk robe, sitting on a praying mat, suddenly opened his eyes. In front of the little monk was a purplish gold alms bowl. When the aura of extreme Daos appeared, all the experts on the soaring dragon ancestral star sensed it. Not only did some sense the aura of extreme Daos, but some also sensed the demon-suppressing aura. Is someone suppressing the demons with the extreme Daos saint weapon? In the depths of the extreme North Devil region, a middle-aged man guarding the largest devil's den in the extreme North Devil region said, "In an unknown region, a sinister wind blew and ghostly aura lingered. The sky was dark without a trace of sunlight. It was a ghost region. In a palace floating high up in the sky, a white-robed middle-aged man sitting on a throne in the middle of the hall suddenly stood up and disappeared from the hall. At this time, Gu Fei vomited blood again. He vomited 12 mouthfuls of essence blood, and only then did a portion of the sleeping artifact souls in the 3 extreme Daos saint weapons awaken. The cauldron of mountain and river descended from the sky and directly suppressed Shur Mo. This time, the power displayed by the cauldron of mountain and river was fundamentally different from before. Rumble! The world was shaking. The power of the cauldron of mountain and river enveloped the world, sealing all of Shur-Mo's escape routes. Primordial chaos chi descended from the cauldron like chaotic dragons. Without any suspense, Shur-Mo was once again suppressed by the cauldron of mountain and river. Swoosh! The black dragon formed by the peerless, ominous saber rushed over and directly took Shur-Mo's head. The purple gold divine sword flew over in an instant and stabbed Shur-Mo's heart, nailing the true demon's heart. Under the combined power of the three extreme Dao saint weapons, the terrifying Shur-Mo that had yet to completely merge with the true demon's heart was completely suppressed. The extreme Dao saint weapons were weapons refined by extreme Dao supremes. They could even harm supremes. Even the body of a chaotic true demon would be injured if it was slashed by the awakened, peerless, ominous saber. The three extreme saint weapons were all sentient artifacts that knew how to restrain their auras. Otherwise, if they were to fully unleash their auras, none of the living beings on the soaring dragon ancestral star would be able to withstand the divine auras of the extreme Daos. This time, it's really a huge loss. Gu Fei's complexion was incomparably pale. He had spat out 12 mouthfuls of blood essence in a row. That was blood essence, not ordinary blood. Blood essence contained a strong vitality. If it was an ordinary saint, spitting out 12 mouthfuls of blood essence wouldn't be as simple as losing their vitality. In the end, Shur-Mo's chaotic true demon body was shattered into thousands of pieces by the cauldron of mountain and river and scattered into the boundless sea. Gu Fei put away the three extreme Dao saint weapons and left through the void. He quickly headed towards the falling stars continent. Just as Gu Fei left, the void above where heaven's horizon used to be suddenly shattered. A figure walked out from the shattered void. It was a middle-aged man in white. Looks like I'm a step late. The middle-aged man in white sensed the aura around him and his eyes flickered. This person was Ghost Emperor Fengdu. Heaven's horizon was too far away. Even Ghost Emperor Fengdu could not make it here in a short time. When he arrived, everything was already over. It's the power of a true demon. Someone can actually kill a true demon. Ghost Emperor Fengdu was a little surprised. One should know that a chaotic true demon was not easy to deal with. Even he might not be able to suppress it. Swoosh. Chapter 2389. It's better not to do such things. On a small island hundreds of thousands of miles away from heaven's horizon, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged under a big tree, spat out a mouthful of turbid air and stood up. In order to kill the corpse demon that had almost fused with the true demon's heart, he did not hesitate to spit out 12 mouthfuls of real blood in order to awaken the sleeping artifact souls in the three supreme artifacts. This was not something an ordinary person could do. If it were not for Gu Fei's chaotic martial body, he would have already exhausted his real blood and died. Even with the Saint King chaotic martial body, Gu Fei's Yuan Qi was still greatly damaged. He had to temporarily recuperate on this small island and restore his lost Yuan Qi. In the depths of his inner world, there were several divine springs of life surrounded by rare spirit herbs. After several hours of recuperation, his Yuan Qi had almost recovered. However, during the time when Gu Fei was recuperating, the situation in the Falling Stars continent had changed greatly. With the return of the immortal demon child, the scattered Falling Stars continent actually united. Several superforces that had existed for countless years were willing to listen to the immortal demon child's command and send troops to fight against the invaders. On a dark and windy night, the unold demon child killed his way to the gate of the void domain alone and killed a few experts from the Purple Sun continent and the Clear Moon continent. Boom! The world shook. An ancient cauldron flew across the sky and directly knocked away the immortal demon child, who was about to start a massacre. The immortal demon child was knocked thousands of feet away. He was very surprised that there was such an expert here who could force him back thousands of feet. When the immortal demon child saw Yen in white, his eyes suddenly lit up. So it's a little girl. The immortal demon child smiled. You are the immortal demon child. Seeing that the person in front of her had a childlike figure, Yen immediately thought of a person. It should be a demon, an old demon that had lived for countless years. Only the unaging demon child could take a blow from the universal medicine cauldron without any damage. As the ruler of the Falling Stars continent, the unaging demon child's strength was enough to intimidate all the experts of the Falling Stars continent. With him around, the demon race of the Falling Stars continent could become the most powerful race. Wrong. You should call me Holy Lord. The unold demon child said. Holy Master, you sure talk big, huh? Yen said expressionlessly. At this time, all the experts of the Purple Sun continent and the Vast Moon continent were alarmed. The Iron Blood Taoist brought the 12 bandits and rushed over from the distance. Buzz! A resplendent ball of fire rushed out of the Iron Blood Taoist's body and turned into a phoenix calamity. It landed in the Iron Blood Taoist's hand, and a powerful aura of a holy beast spread out. A divine item transformed from a phoenix's nirvana. When the unold demon child saw the phoenix tribulation in the Iron Blood Taoist's hands, his eyes lit up. The phoenix, also known as the immortal bird, was born with immortal divinity. The phoenix tribulation was refined from the body left behind by the phoenix's nirvana. In other words, the phoenix tribulation contained the immortal divinity of the immortal phoenix. As long as the immortal divinity was refined into one's body, one would truly be indestructible. The unaging demon child had cultivated for countless years for the sake of immortality, for the sake of true immortality. Hand over the holy item in your hand, and I can spare your life. The unold demon child looked at the Iron Blood Taoist and said, Ha, what a joke! My life is mine. I don't need you to spare it. The Iron Blood Taoist laughed as if he had heard something funny. Is that so? Then I can only kill you. The unold demon child said and pounced at the Iron Blood Taoist. A towering water elemental power surged from his body, and a huge shadow of a black tortoise appeared on his body. Water and fire were incompatible. The immortal phoenix and the black tortoise of the North Sea were natural enemies. Sensing the power of the black tortoise seal, the phoenix tribulation in the Iron Blood Taoist's hand immediately let out a vibrating sound. The 9 fire phoenix patterns on the phoenix tribulation actually awakened on their own. 9 phoenix Tao patterns rushed out from the phoenix tribulation and turned into 9 fiery phoenixes. They charged towards the unaging demon child. The 9 fire phoenixes flapped their wings, and the terrifying true phoenix fire swept out, instantly enveloping half of the world and burning the void. Boom! Just as the true phoenix fire was about to engulf the unold demon child, a huge seal appeared in the unold demon child's hand. Then an extremely powerful black tortoise power surged out from the seal and cracked it. An endless black sea emerged around the unold demon child, and an incomparably huge black tortoise surged out from the black sea. The extremely powerful black tortoise power surged out, and the 9 fire phoenixes were immediately blown away. A large amount of true phoenix fire was extinguished by the monstrous waves of the Black Sea. This was the black tortoise true water, which could extinguish all fire in the world. Even if a divine sun fell into the Black Sea, it would be devoured by the Black Sea. The 9 fire phoenixes quickly retreated, and in the end they formed a circle around the Iron Blood Taoist, forming an extremely powerful domain that blocked the monstrous black water. This scene was as if 9 divine suns had simultaneously appeared above the Black Sea of the extreme north, illuminating the dark sky and boiling the sea, as if the entire Black Sea was about to be evaporated. Roar! In the Black Sea, a mountain-like black tortoise floated up and down. Endless black tortoise power surged out, blocking the power of the 9 suns' burning sky. At this moment, the iron-blood Taoist was extremely shocked. The power displayed by the Phoenix Tribulation had already exceeded his imagination. The Phoenix Tribulation was not as simple as an ordinary divine artifact. At this time, Yen also made her move. The cauldron of myriad medicines shook. An entire ancient cauldron rapidly changed. Soon, a monstrous black gas rushed out of the ancient cauldron, and the cauldron of myriad medicines had already become the cauldron of myriad poisons. 9 black shadows rushed out of the cauldron of myriad poisons, and then directly broke through the boundless black sea before them, killing their way into the world created by the black tortoise seal. These were the shadows of myriad poisons condensed by the cauldron of myriad poisons. The moment the 9 shadows of myriad poisons rushed into the black sea, the endless black tortoise true water was transformed into poisonous water. The power contained within the true water was constantly being corroded by the poison emitted by the shadows of myriad poisons. When the unold demon child sensed this change, he could not help but be shocked. This ancient cauldron could actually corrode the power of the black tortoise. This was inconceivable to him. One had to know that the black tortoise seal was an emperor artifact. Could this ancient cauldron also be an emperor artifact? At this time, the iron-blood Taoist and Yen joined forces to fight against the unold demon child. Terrifying energy waves spread out, and even the void domain gate was affected, shaking. The armies of the Purple Sun continent and the Clear Moon continent immediately retreated into the distance. A battle of this level was no longer something the experts of the Purple Sun continent and the Clear Moon continent could interfere with. I didn't expect these invaders to be so powerful. On a distant mountain peak stood a middle-aged man. This man was the sworn brother of the unold demon child, Mr. Wu. This Mr. Wu did not seem to have any intention of helping the unold demon child. At this time, the forces of the Falling Stars continent were waiting. As long as the unold demon child defeated the 2 saints, they would immediately kill their way out and kill all the invaders in one go. You are no match for me. Surrender now, and I might consider not killing you, the unold demon child said indifferently. Although he was fighting 1 against 2, he was still at ease. The shadows of myriad poisons from the cauldron of myriad poisons could not affect him much. Buzz! The seal of the black tortoise vibrated, and the power of the black tortoise surged out, immediately dispersing the 9 shadows of the myriad poisons that had rushed into the Black Sea. Even the poisoned black tortoise true water was refined by the myriad poisons. The cauldron of myriad poisons was still inferior to the seal of the black tortoise. Only the Phoenix Tribulation in the iron-blood Taoist's hands could contend against the seal of the black tortoise. However, the iron-blood Taoist was only a saint, while the unold demon child was a demon venerable. The difference between the 2 was too great. Even if the iron-blood Taoist had the Phoenix Tribulation, he would still be no match for the unold demon child. At this time, the iron-blood Taoist felt a great pressure. His hands that were holding the Phoenix Tribulation were already bleeding. The power of the black tortoise was extremely powerful. The power of the black tortoise came from all directions, trapping the iron-blood Taoist in the Black Sea, making it difficult for him to escape. Why hasn't the master returned yet? The iron-blood Taoist clenched his teeth and held on with all his might. Divine fire danced all over his body, and 9 Tao patterns appeared indistinctly on his body. A powerful pressure spread out from his body. In the human realm, saint-level beings could not remove their own seals, but the power of saint-level tools did not have such restrictions. By using certain methods, the saint tool could unleash the great power of the saint level. This thing is mine. The unold demon child knew that there was no longer any suspense in this battle. He had already trapped his opponent in the Black Sea, and then used the power of the black tortoise to suppress the Phoenix Saint tool in his opponent's hand. However, even someone as powerful as the unold demon child could not suppress the iron-blood Taoist and the Phoenix Tribulation in a short time. At this time, Yen-Er kept using the cauldron of myriad poisons to attack the unold demon child seal of the Black Tortoise. She wanted to break through the Black Sea formed by the seal of the Black Tortoise and save the Iron Blood Taoist. However, all her efforts were in vain. The cauldron of myriad poisons could not break through the endless Black Sea formed by the seal of the Black Tortoise. This made Yen-Er extremely shocked. The unold demon child focused on dealing with the Iron Blood Taoist. Just as the Iron Blood Taoist was about to reach his limit, a long howl rang out from the distance. An extremely powerful pressure descended upon him. Soon, a figure appeared under the night sky and quickly rushed toward the unold demon child with a murderous aura. That's Chapter 2390. The unaging demon child unleashed its demonic might and single-handedly rendered Yen-Er and the Iron Blood Taoist incapable of fighting back. This made both of them extremely anxious. If both of them were defeated, then the allied forces of the Xiang and Haoyue continents would be annihilated by the unaging demon child alone. The unaging demon child was an extremely powerful demon sovereign with the Xianwu seal. It could easily annihilate the allied forces of the two continents. There was no doubt about it. However, at this critical moment, a long howl came from the distance. A figure appeared in the dusky sky and quickly headed towards the battlefield. It's him. The unaging demon child was shocked to see the newcomer. It was one of Gu Fei's avatars, an immortal sovereign's Tao clone. Gu Fei's celestial venerable body of Wei had finally returned. In just an instant, Gu Fei's celestial venerable body of Wei was already close to them. Then he waved the Emperor Divine mace in his hand, broke through the layers of black waves, and arrived beside Iron Blood Taoist. Let's go! Gu Fei's avatar grabbed the Iron Blood Taoist and threw him out of the Black Sea. Damn it! The Phoenix Tribulation was about to fall into the hands of the unaging demon child. But at this moment, the cooked duck flew away. This made the unaging demon child furious and want nothing more than to tear Gu Fei's avatar apart. Your opponent is me. Gu Fei's avatar roared and charged towards the unaging demon child in the center of the Black Sea. Rumble! A huge seal floated in the Black Sea. An incomparably huge Xianwu vaguely appeared in the sea, emitting a mighty Xianwu's power. This was the power of an ultimate emperor that could ignore the power of heaven's wrath. The Xianwu seal was an ultimate emperor artifact, so it naturally did not fear the power of heaven's wrath. However, this did not mean that the unaging demon child could ignore it as well. A faint rumble of thunder came from the depths of the sky. This alerted the unaging demon child, and he carefully controlled the Xianwu seal. Seeing that Gu Fei's celestial venerable Tao body had arrived, the unold demon child let out a furious roar. 9 pillars of water shot out from the surging Black Sea around him. The 9 pillars of water transformed into the shape of dragons, and they bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged towards the immortal Exalt. Break for me. Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body waved the human emperor's divine mace in his hand and directly smashed a water dragon that was charging at him, turning it into a cloud of mist. Bang, 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 bang. The celestial prime's Taoist body wielded the human emperor divine truncheon one after another, and the remaining 8 dragons were smashed into mist by the truncheon, dissipating in the void. 9 ultimate emperor Tao patterns appeared on the divine truncheon. When the truncheon struck down, even the void would be torn open. Even the primal chaos aura would be blasted out. The unaging demon child wanted to retreat. After all, Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body had already appeared. If that little fellow, Gu Fei, were to hide in the side and suddenly attack him, it would be no laughing matter. The unaging demon child immediately took action. He directly controlled the Xianwu seal and broke through the void. He then stepped in and disappeared into the void. You want to leave? Seeing that the unaging demon child was about to escape, Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body immediately acted, wanting to stop the unaging demon child. However, by the time Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body swung the human emperor divine truncheon and smashed down, the unaging demon child had already disappeared without a trace. Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body did not give chase. At the same time, in the sky above the ancestral grounds of the falling stars continent, a part of the void suddenly collapsed, and a black hole appeared high up in the sky. This sudden scene shocked all the great demons in the ancestral grounds of the demon clan. They thought that a great enemy had come to kill their way here. However, when a monstrous demonic aura rushed out of the black hole, the great demons in the ancestral grounds heaved a sigh of relief. Countless great demons soared into the sky to welcome the figure that was coming out of the black hole. The unaging demon child had returned. Just as the unaging demon child returned to the ancestral grounds, Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body met with Yen, and the others. Then Yen, and the others learned what had happened in heaven's horizon. That old thing, the unaging demon child, is really despicable. Yen, and the others couldn't help but be furious after knowing what had happened. The unaging demon child had escaped by himself, leaving Gu Fei to deal with the fiendish demon alone. Near the void domain gate, in a temporary tent, the 12 great bandits and the others were ready to attack the ancestral grounds of the demon race. What are we waiting for? With our current strength, we can definitely take down the ancestral grounds of the demon race and unify the entire Falling Stars continent. One of the bandits said excitedly, as long as the Falling Stars continent was unified, the 3 continents in the divine fallen sea would be Gu Fei's world. At that time, they could once again return to the tongue-long continent as experts. When the time came, he would settle the scores and take revenge. I think we should wait for the Lord to return first. Among the 12 great bandits, the resourceful Zhuge Liang said, I think so too. Once the Lord returns, our chances of winning will be greater. The iron-blood Taoist nodded. At this time, our strength is on par with the Falling Stars continent's demon race. Once we have a decisive battle, both sides will suffer heavy casualties. Yenner said after a moment of thought. The previous battle had proven everything. Although Gu Fei's celestial prime Taoist body could contend against the unaging demon child, it might not be able to defeat the unaging demon child. The safest way was to wait for Gu Fei's return. Meanwhile, Gu Fei was rushing towards the Falling Stars continent. When Gu Fei flew over a large island, he suddenly sensed an extremely obscure aura on the island. If he hadn't paid attention, he wouldn't have sensed it at all. Without thinking too much, Gu Fei directly landed on the island. Under the moonlight, the island was very quiet. The island was lush and full of vitality, but no roars of wild beasts could be heard. Not even the chirping of insects could be heard. This was very unusual. One should know that the area of this large island wasn't small, but there wasn't even a single animal to be seen. Gu Fei carefully searched the island. He found many ruins in the central region of the large island. They were the ruins of an ancient city. The ancient city had long since disappeared, leaving only countless broken bricks and tiles on the ground. Strangely, the place where the ancient city was located was barren. There's something in the ground. Gu Fei sensed an extremely weak fluctuation of life in the ancient city ruins. The fluctuation of life was intermittent, as if it could disappear at any time. Bang! Gu Fei directly slapped down with his palm. The ground below immediately collapsed, revealing a large pit. In the pit, there was a person sitting cross-legged. What? Gu Fei was shocked. It was a skinny old man. His clothes were tattered, and his hair was unkempt. He seemed to have been buried in the ground for God knows how long. The person who was sealed under the ancient city. Gu Fei muttered to himself. This scene really shocked Gu Fei. This ancient city that had existed for God knows how many years and had now become a ruin, actually had a person sealed under it. One could imagine that this person was definitely an ancient person from the ancient times. Just as Gu Fei was deep in thought, the life aura of the old man sitting in the big pit had completely quietened down. The old man was actually dead. Gu Fei then flew down from the sky and arrived in front of the old man. The formation that had sealed the old man had long since disappeared. However, this old man had endured until now, and his vitality had completely disappeared. In the end, he still died. In front of the old man, there was a stone tablet. There were a few words on the stone tablet. Those words were primordial divine inscriptions. In the current era, there weren't many people who understood primordial divine inscriptions. Moreover, the spirituality of the words on the primordial divine inscriptions had long disappeared. The essence, qi, and spirit attached to the words had also dissipated. Gu Fei didn't know what was written on it. Maybe it's the name of this old man. Gu Fei muttered to himself. The things on the old man's body had all decayed. However, Gu Fei still saw something in the old man's right hand. It was a piece of black, godly metal, but there were specks of light on it that resembled the stars in the sky. Gu Fei took the piece of godly metal from the old man's hand. He was very shocked. He didn't think that he would actually obtain a piece of 9 heavens star metal on this island. At this moment, Gu Fei could already confirm that the faint aura he sensed when he was flying through the sky was actually emitted from the 9 heavens star metal. The 9 heavens star metal was an indestructible divine material in this world. Even if someone killed the old man, why didn't they take away this piece of godly metal? This caused Gu Fei to feel extremely puzzled, using the 9 heavens star metal as a jade slip. Very quickly, Gu Fei sensed an extremely faint fluctuation of divine sense from the piece of 9 heavens star metal. It seemed like someone had used the 9 heavens star metal to imprint some important information. The 9 heavens star metal was an indestructible divine metal. It was an item used by paragons. This palm-sized piece of 9 heavens star metal was enough to cause everyone to break their heads trying to obtain it. Gu Fei read the information imprinted on the piece of 9 heavens star metal. He was incomparably shocked. There was actually an ancient secret recorded on this piece of godly metal. At this moment, Gu Fei already knew the origin of the old man under the ruins of the ancient city. This was a powerful existence that had almost become a paragon in the distant past. Only such an existence was qualified to know the secrets of this world. If that matter was true, then he had to start making preparations, because a great chaos that would affect the 3 realms and 6 paths would appear. When the true demon appears, the paragon appears, the heaven and earth will be destroyed. What did these 9 words mean? Gu Fei was deep in thought, but he had no clue. He knew about the true demon and the paragon. They were the strongest existences in this world. Could it be that when the paragon returned, this world would be destroyed? Chapter 2391. Since ancient times, it was unknown just how many talented people had appeared. These people all had the ambition of being a supreme being. They cultivated their entire lives for the sake of becoming an invincible supreme being in the heavens and earth. However, in the entire history of cultivation in the 3 realms and 6 daos, there were only a few supreme. It was simply too difficult to become a supreme. In order to become a supreme, the predecessors had tried all sorts of methods and tried out countless techniques. However, no one had succeeded. On a large island, Gu Fei found an old man at the end of his life under the ruins of an ancient city. This old man was definitely someone from the ancient era. The old man wanted to use an extreme method to become a supreme, but he failed in the end. His soul dissipated, leaving behind only an empty shell. This method shocked Gu Fei. This old man refined himself to death and did not undergo nirvana to become a supreme. He wanted to refine the ancestral vein of the earth into his body and steal the great fortune of the world. This is simply courting death. Gu Fei obtained a spiritual imprint left behind by the old man in a piece of 9 heaven star iron. After learning about the cause and effect, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. If this method was successful, perhaps one could really become a supreme through a different method. However, Gu Fei would not easily try this method. One must know that the ancestral vein of the earth was not so easy to refine. It was a transcendent existence that was naturally formed by the world. To a certain extent, the ancestral vein of the earth was the source of life in the world. It contained the endless laws of the world and was the supreme existence of the world. Even someone as strong as a saint would not dare to covet the ancestral vein of the earth. In order to verify it, Gu Fei sent out another palm strike. When the palm strike landed, a large, pitch-black hole appeared in the pit where the old man was. An eerie wind whistled out from the hole. As expected, this ancient city was built on top of an ancestral point where the essence of the ancestral vein of the earth was condensed. This ancestral point was not simple, as it was directly connected to the ancestral vein of the earth. However, the ancestral vein of the earth did not emit spiritual energy, but a type of death energy. The entire ancestral vein had been destroyed, and the ancestral energy had turned into death energy. What a pity! The earth ancestor vein was not something that could be encountered at any time. It could only be encountered by chance and could not be sought. Under a large island in the fallen god sea, there was an ancestral vein that passed through. The ancestral vein's spiritual energy also had a treasure cave that was connected to the surface. Back then, when the ancient city was being built, someone saw through the truth of the island. As a result, the ancient city was built on top of the precious cave to suppress it. No wonder there were no other creatures on this island. The spirit chi in the ancestral earth meridian had already turned into death chi. The reason why the island was still full of vitality was just a sign of the final radiance of the setting sun. It wouldn't be long before this island became lifeless. Gu Fei didn't enter the earth vein because this earth ancestral vein had long been destroyed. This person should have almost succeeded. Unfortunately, it seemed that in the end, all his efforts were in vain. In the end, he ended up in a tragic state where his soul was dispersed. Perhaps this was the fate of cultivators. Since ancient times, those who pursued immortality and invincibility never had a good ending. The discovery on the island was just a small interlude for Gu Fei. He wouldn't use this method to become a supremacy. This method of seizing the great fortune of heaven and earth might work, but to destroy an entire region was too cruel. If the earth ancestor vein was seized, an incomparably vast region would lose its vitality. Countless living beings would die. This was no different from the demonic path. However, this method seemed to be good for training soldiers. Countless soldiers would enter the earth ancestor vein and draw the spirit chi of the earth ancestor vein day and night to temper their bodies. Even if they couldn't cultivate an invincible body, they would still be able to train a powerful immortal soldier that could sweep through the 3 realms and 6 daos. However, now wasn't the time. Only after conquering the Starfall continent would Gu Fei start to train an immortal soldier that could sweep through the 3 realms and fight for him. Gu Fei left the island and continued on his way to the Falling Stars continent. He wasn't in a hurry because there was still no bad news. In other words, even though the unaging demon child had returned to the Starfall continent, Yen, and the others could still handle it. If the old tortoise, Guzhong, and Heitian were here, then conquering the Starfall continent would be as easy as flipping one's hand. However, now that they weren't here, Gu Fei felt his hands and feet were tied. In the spiritual imprint left behind by the old man, there was another place mentioned. It was an ominous place that had once nurtured the demon ancestor. It was the 3rd ominous place in the God-fallen sea. The 3 ominous places of the God-fallen sea all had a great origin and were all related to the true demon ancestor. The sacred island of life had become a thing of the past, and so had the celestial horizon. Currently, there was only one ominous place in the God-fallen sea, the Setting Sun Demon Cave. It was a demonic place that had once nurtured the demon ancestor, but it was also a land of death. Any living creature that approached the Setting Sun Demon Cave would be demonized by the demonic nature emitted by the cave, eventually turning into a sinister and terrifying demonic creature that guarded the cave. In other words, over the countless years, countless living creatures had been demonized. It was unknown how many powerful demonic creatures had gathered in the Setting Sun Demon Cave. The old man thought of obtaining an item from the depths of the cave. If he could obtain that item, he would have a 50% chance of breaking through the shackles of cultivation and soar into the sky, becoming an invincible sovereign. Unfortunately, even the powerful quasi-supreme old man couldn't enter the depths of the demon cave and obtain that item. Since I'm done with the matters in the Starfall continent, I'll go meet the demonic creatures in the demon cave. Gu Fei thought to himself. His figure flitted across the surface of the sea at high speed. Ordinary living creatures couldn't even see his shadow. His speed was extremely fast. 12 hours later, Gu Fei began to approach the Starfall continent. When he saw the great continent, it was already noon. The sun was hanging high in the sky, sprinkling down scorching rays of sunlight. From time to time, strong light would reflect off the surface of the sea, causing Gu Fei to be unable to open his eyes. At this time, the atmosphere in the Starfall continent was incomparably tense. The two superfactions were in a standoff, and neither side could break the balance between the two sides, because everyone knew that once the balance was broken, it would signify the start of a decisive battle. Right now, neither side was prepared for a decisive battle. The unaging demon child even sent an envoy, wanting to use countless treasures and divine items as the price to make Yen a retreat. However, this was only the wishful thinking of the unaging demon child. Yen, and the others wouldn't retreat. Unifying all the powers in the God-fallen sea was something that must be done. No one had done such a thing before, but Gu Fei wanted to give it a try. However, no one was optimistic about Gu Fei, because even in ancient times, no one could unify the God-fallen sea. In the end, the world was still divided into three.